recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
What's up, everybody? It's Marcus DeAngelo, producer for My World with Jeff Jarrett. Ordinarily, Jeff, Conrad, and myself will get together over the weekend to record a new episode, but this time schedules just did not align. The Last Outlaw is off at AEW World's End as a co-host on their pre-show, and the Podfather's keeping busy himself with weekend plans as we come into the new year. 2024 is sure to be a huge year here on the show, and looking ahead at our schedule, I can say for sure that we're going to be bringing you the story behind the story on some topics that I know listeners are going to love. A big part of what we did in 2023 was look back 20 years to the early days of TNA in 2003. And this week, we're highlighting those iconic early TNA pay-per-views with some of the biggest moments of the year. From the arrival of Raven to Dixie's rise to power to the first anniversary of the company, there was just so much to discuss, and Jeff delivered like only he can. We'll be back in action next week with some new content, but for now, let's ring in the new year with the comprehensive story behind the story on some of the biggest moments for TNA in 2003.
We've got a lot of news and notes here that we want to touch on. Some nice little pieces of information too. How about from the Torch? They report that you guys did a charity auction on December 15th. Sean Waltman actually put up his old WWF light heavyweight title belt, and it went for $2,400. $2,500 is what someone paid to have a dinner date with Scott Hall, and $2,800 was the highest bid for this charity auction. And it gave some lucky listener a chance to sit in and do commentary with Mike Tenay and Don West during a pay-per-view. Whose idea was this to do these charity experiences? That's a good idea.
When I read in the research, I remember all this, but it had to have come from Dixie and her PR firm. What a great idea. What a great concept. But I chuckled and I'm thinking, did that really happen? We auctioned off a WWE belt. Did you read that right, Conrad?
Yeah, the light heavyweight title. I remember it. I've actually talked to Waltman about it, and he told me it was a charity auction. I didn't know it was for TNA, but I also didn't know there was a guy from Georgia named Andrew Stevens who paid $500 to jump in a cage and dance around like one of the TNA ladies. Listen, it's all for charity, so I love it. But my goodness, Vince Russo couldn't have booked this, and Don West couldn't have asked for more fun things to sell. Hey, do you want to get your tail in here and shake it and wiggle it around? Throw me 500 bones and you're in.
And we're auctioning off the WWE belt on the TNA fundraiser.
Yes.
All righty.
RASSLIN. That's wrestling.
You talk about the Wild Wild West days. Wow.
Some other news and notes from the Observer are that Ring of Honor has a couple of wrestlers that are going to be brought in to do tryout matches. Xavier, one of the first, maybe the first Ring of Honor world champion, along with two cats who used to be friends, Colt Cabana and CM Punk. Who's scouting the non-WWE independents, the Ring of Honors of the world? Is that Mike Tenay? Someone else?
I would say everybody. And but just because it was, it was a small group of us on Wednesdays, but Jeremy Borash, Scott D'Amore, Mike Tenay, and look, I know I'm going to leave folks out, but it was kind of, AJ Styles going out and work shows. Chris Daniels going out and work shows. It just kind of happened. Hey, you ought to take a look at this guy. Hey, you ought to take a look at that guy. Because the whole general, as you'll see as we get into this episode, the different names that we popped up, we're going to get into Hennig talk and Piper talk and Road Warrior talk and Dusty. In essence, we continue to kind of create this library. And I'm not saying we were creating a library just to create a library. We were creating this sizzle reel of we are the alternative. And it's funny that how Ring of Honor and TNA started so close together, and Ring of Honor had their code of honor, if you will. And that was, for lack of a better word, their branding. But I wanted to just create that alternative of brand of professional wrestling. And so a Colt Cabana, a CM Punk, SATs, you name it. We just continue to have turnover of talent, and we had our core, our AJ, our James Storm, our Chris Harris. We kept that core, but we continue to turn over talent and just see who we could and couldn't develop.
Let's talk a little bit about the nature of the business here. You're the NWA champion, and you're still, of course, owner and performer for TNA, but you're still making outside shots because, as a reminder, you're doing your shows through the week here. So on the weekend, you're available. So you're doing shots in Puerto Rico and in Japan for 0-1 Wrestling. You're over in Europe for World Wrestling All-Stars. And it's been said that as you make some of these tours, you take a little ribbing from some of the guys in these different locker rooms about how often you used Vince Russo on the TNA shows. Do you recall the guys ribbing you a little bit in that regard?
I was trying to really think when I read the research and think, all right, who would have done that? On the World Wrestling All-Stars, I got to think Lex and Sting and Buff, and I'll just say some of the WCW crew. I can see that happening. Do I have perfect recall of that? Absolutely not. Did it probably happen? Yep. But I just don't recall it specifically. But kind of the state of the business, I think, is really of an example of how some things change in our industry and some things just don't change at all. Because when you look at modern day AEW, it's a Wednesday show.
Yes.
Quarterly they have pay-per-views, and every now and then they have a Friday. But there's a lot of guys out working different places. And me as an owner and investor and everything that went with all that, I also wanted to get out and help brand the company, help market the company, also look for talent. But Conrad, at the end of the day, it was a payday as well. I'm at this stage, I'm 35, 36, 37 years of age. So I knew that I could be box office for other organizations. And when I fondly remember the Puerto Rico days, business was red hot there. And Dutch knew what he's doing, and he would build me up with promos, and I would go down and work into his storylines and great payoffs, and just kind of keep, we'll call it the Jeff Jarrett brand, going.
I want to ask about the international opportunity. We just listed you're wrestling in Europe, you're wrestling in Japan, you're wrestling in Puerto Rico. But in the middle of all this, TNA signs a deal with Star World, which airs in Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, the Middle East, the Philippines, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, Thailand. And they're going to start airing your shows on January 17th. And they're going to air on a 7-month delay because they're going to start airing the shows in sequence. They're going to start from the very first show. And I realize and recognize that the folks who are listening to this show, by and large, get obsessed talking about television ratings. But when we talk about television ratings, we only talk about the domestic television ratings. It's as if we have blinders on and the rest of the world doesn't exist, and it's just coast to coast here in America. And we judge whether something is successful or not successful based on how many people watch it just in this one country, not considering, hey, the world's a big old place, y'all. And to have an opportunity to sign a deal with a Star World like this is an opportunity to really level up from not just a domestic standpoint, because certainly you're going to keep trying to grow in that regard, but the rest of the world. This is quote unquote found money here for you guys, is it not?
Yes. And this is Conrad, one of the fun parts for me doing the podcast. Star World, Matthew Odie was our international agent. This is before RDA, Richard Dennis, and before we, really grew out. But Matthew, who ironically was Middle Tennessee based, but he was an international sales agent. But so the whole set point of this is, from day one, as a part of my business plan, I had international sales in there. And I think back, how did I kind of move into that? Conrad, in 94, WWE house show business was down.
Right.
And I believe, and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, but I just remember we traveled so much, me and Kev, but we did, I think, 7 tours out of 12 months overseas. And I can remember bus rides and hotel rooms and just kind of thinking things through, even back then, that, man, this German tour of 4 days and packed houses, just how much money, as a promoter, I was thinking, how much money's to be made outside of the U.S.? And, coming from Tennessee and the weekly episodic towns and all that, and then to jump to WWF and start seeing this international money, I just, and I'm more bullish today than I've ever been, because the wrestling form of entertainment has been import export. It's been an export of U.S. for years and years and years now. But
Yes.
we got our first Star Asia deal. I knew that this can really be big. We can develop a revenue stream, and you start thinking about, all right, if we can make X amount of buys over here, and get that up here, wherever that may. But if you start making money, just the revenue streams that are available in our industry. But it was a big deal. And, it said in there, go back, going to be 7 months old. Well, that's true on face value. But for me, kind of the sweet spot of Matthew Odie is, hey, we don't want to pick up and start airing episode, whatever it is, 50. Let's go back from the beginning. And so what if we're 6 months, this is 2002, 2003. What happens if who cares if we're 6 months behind? These networks want content, and content that'll get ratings. So the people watching it in Hong Kong or Asia or wherever it may be, they don't care. They want to watch this weekly episodic content. So it was the first major deal of many to come. But internally, we were really excited. And as from an investor, when and I'll just say Bob Carter, but when the Carter and when Panda can look at, okay, here's a revenue stream that's being opened, that's growth. Now, it may be small, and we got an Australia deal, but look, little by little by little, you could just kind of see the growth. And you look modern day now and look at the WWE, reports, and the most profitable year ever, and the amount of, but you look at that international money in there, big money, really big money.
I'm glad you said that, because I feel like, we get a lot of talking heads in wrestling, and hey, I'm one of them, but we get a lot of them who will come out and say, oh, well, wrestling's never been, fewer people have never watched the program, blah, blah, blah. Wrestling's dying. WWE's losing their, that might be true domestically, but if that's true, how do they have more top line revenue than ever before? How do they have more profit than ever before? So you can take a look at any one metric and say, well, this is what's happening, but you really need to see the whole big picture before you make a diagnosis like that. And in my opinion, for a relative startup 20 some years ago to all of a sudden go from, we're doing weekly episodic pay-per-views out of a building that probably should have been torn down every Wednesday here. And now folks in Hong Kong and India and Indonesia and Malaysia and the Philippines and on and on and on, they're all going to see this program. That can't be viewed as anything other than high fives all around.
Huge high fives. And, in modern day, not to dive into, but I'll just respond on that. When people, if you want to look at, we'll just say a Monday or Wednesday rating of a segment, and it's a couple of million or a million, whatever it is, then you take that same clip and go to the YouTube channel and look at that clip. And yes, you got to break out, the international markets, which you can, and you kind of look at, okay, so this segment was aired on Monday or Wednesday, and now it's aired on YouTube. How many times have people seen it on YouTube? Then you can go over to Instagram. Okay, here's some viewings, here's some reels, here's this, here's that. And look, I love social media because it is the great debate and can go on and on and on. But I mean, going back to Saturday night, 1,000 people watch wrestling Saturday night in one county in Middle Tennessee. It just, the business, is it perfect? No. Is it thriving? Oh my gosh. It is.
There were 2 shows in Huntsville this past Saturday night.
No
Our
way.
local independent, Rocket City Wrestling and Game Changer Wrestling. They both ran. They both had good crowds, for Huntsville.
But I mean, so okay. And WWE was just there. Oh my God, that's gonna kill the town. WWE came to town, you can just shut down everything else.
By the way, WWE had more people to a house show here than ever before. Well, I say ever before. I mean in the last 20 years.
They had a good house, I heard.
Yes. I heard through the grapevine, a friend of ours told me that it was the best they've had and as long as they can remember.
Yeah.
Huntsville for a long time has been a sea town. I mean, we got a Raw way back when. But it's been a sea town, but we've been getting house shows, and I didn't get to go to this last house show. We had Morgan in town, and that's a rarity since she's off at school now. But my buddy Cassio went, and he goes, dude, there was definitely more people than we were there last. And he's local, so he knows the local promoters, and he asked, and ta-da, more folks than have been to a WWE show here in a long time.
Well, and here's kind of going into that. Years ago, whatever, we'll say in this era that we're talking TNA, if you wanted to see a wrestling show, you went down to the Von Braun Civic Center and watched it. You couldn't go over on YouTube and Instagram and have your plethora of watching 15 different promote. You know what I'm saying? So now it's everywhere. I mean,
Right.
It's 24/7. It's everywhere. And when you start dropping in the celebrities that are a part of it, then it just kind of extrapolates out even further. But back on topic, Star Asia, Conrad, was more than high fives all around, because in the sales world, and you know this better than I do, we've got a sale over here in India. Immediately that puts us start thinking, how long's this contract? When contract's up, let's go find an alternative and hopefully get in a bidding war. Well, we're in Asia, so let's go to the UK. Let's go to these different territories and regions and just keep that ball rolling. That's part of the growth, and a lot of fun to be a part of that.
Christopher Daniels is going to be in the news here. He's offered a tryout for WWE Developmental, and it's noted that Daniels is not under contract with TNA because of his overseas commitments. I think he was doing Curryman at the time. He's obviously going to be a staple, but I know that your attitude towards guys trying to make a name for themselves with WWE has maybe gone back and forth over the years. But I think you've gone out on record as saying, if in this era where the TNA money is not huge and it's not guaranteed, you weren't holding anybody back from those opportunities, right?
None.
Yeah.
Because it kind of went both ways. A, there's no way we can pay them. B, if you keep them around at this stage of the game against their will, that never works out. It just never works out. So that was the deal.
Let's talk about the Wrestling Observer. The year-end awards come out. Mike Tenay is voted the best television announcer in the business. Long overdue. The Professor had been entertaining us since the Nitro days, but it seems like, it always went to JR or somebody like that. But Mike Tenay, man, finally getting his flowers here. That's pretty cool. And I wish Mike Tenay was more active in wrestling today, don't you?
Big time. What's funny is he won. This is the Meltzer Award, correct?
Yes.
He won it, but yet Dave, and it's part of his job. I'm not saying a Dave bash, but he was probably the most critical.
Yeah.
Of the product. So just kind of an interesting. What I'm saying, just kind of an interesting scenario that his readers, I guess they weren't really listeners at this time, but his readers voted.
No, Mike Tenay was boys with Meltzer. Make no mistake.
Was his.
Yes.
Oh, no. I get all that. But still, his listeners were being, Dave was bashing the product probably the most, but Mike won the best announcer award. How do you become the best announcer when you're talking about crap? That's kind of what my point is that
I'm with you.
Yeah. But no, all in fun. Good stuff.
Speaking of crap, Bobby Heenan's been dealing with some. He's had surgery, and obviously he's going to have some scar tissue removed from his jaw that was costs from his radiation treatment for throat cancer. I bring all this up because it's reported that you had reached out to Bobby Heenan trying to bring him into TNA. And I know Mike Tenay would have been a big advocate for that. They were big pals. How close did we get to seeing Bobby Heenan become a regular part of TNA programming?
It was never really close. He had health issues, first and foremost, but also, Bobby just, it goes without saying, a legendary performer. In so many ways, but I would have been happy to get Bobby once a month, every other month, a guest cameo here and there. That was kind of the open invitation. Mike, if you can make it work, it's, and I'm saying Mike, because Mike was the one in day-to-day contact with him. If you can make it work, let's do it. And it never worked out.
Let's talk a little bit about this Mike Tenay, Vince Russo debate. We're going to have a debate on the program, and Meltzer's pretty critical of it. He says that it wasn't scripted, and these guys were put in a position because of the legit bad blood between them to just debate each other. And in the course of this skit, Russo says he gives the company 6 months before it goes out of business. And Elix Skipper says the company's too cheap to fly him in. And everything about this makes the promotion feel less than in minor league. I know it wasn't scripted, but dadgum, in hindsight, maybe it should have been a little bit.
Art imitating life and life imitating art. We were blurring the lines. And I think the word script is relative. Was it written out word for word? No. But were there absolute guidelines, kind of like you referenced? Well, sure. It was point, counterpoint. And Mike digging into this, Mike Tenay, he's great play-by-play. And I'll say, the voice of the brand, but get Mike involved in a storyline or an angle or selling a hard point. He made you believe. Look, Heenan, not only his best friend, but probably in a lot of ways, Mike looked up to him as a talent, but being able to sell a point. And you look back on some of the Mike Tenay, Don West point counterpoints that they would get going, whatever it may be. Mike made you believe. And for all of Vince Russo's criticism of his writing, rarely do you see people criticize Vince as a talent. Yes, you can criticize any talent at any time because it is complete subjective. But
yes,
Vince playing. He ain't playing. But the New Yorker, brash, know-it-all, sports entertainment versus professional wrestling, Vince was very good at that. So they made compelling television. Was it must-see TV or was it done perfectly? Of course not. But it made for a compelling argument. And, hell, at this time, Meltzer knew what was scripted, not scripted. He's going along with it. He's writing his fiction to our benefit at this point, but he knew what was up.
Let's get back to the show here. Dusty Rhodes, the Road Warriors, and Mike Sanders all appear unannounced and unadvertised on a TNA show here. Meltzer would write, using Sanders as a surprise doesn't matter since he's not a ticket seller. I'm not sure Warriors are after one appearance either, and they already had that one, but not advertising them 2 shows in a row seems preposterous. Rhodes not being advertised when a nostalgia act like him will only mean something once is so sad. But they've convinced themselves they'll draw by bringing in surprises for as many people will tune in weekly because they're afraid of what they might miss. So 2 schools of thought here. I know for sure that Eric Bischoff in the Nitro days believed in Sarsa, and one of those S's was surprise. And he thinks that was a big way. And I would agree with him. I think a criticism that's out now, and I know we don't talk about current stuff, but AEW posts up, hey, here's what you can expect tomorrow night on Dynamite. So you kind of know exactly what it is. Well, way back when I was watching Nitro, maybe I knew that there was one thing advertised or promised from the previous week, but I kind of didn't know what was going to happen, and I had to watch to see. But this is a different animal here. We're on pay-per-view, and it does feel like if you've got a Dusty Rhodes and a Road Warriors, you would want to let people know about that up front so you can offset whatever that cost is. I'm sure you thought through it. Talk me through your thinking at the time in not announcing it.
Well, going to the heart of what you don't know. A lot of times we wouldn't get confirmation on who could and couldn't be there. It was a Wednesday night churn That's kind of one element. I think there is a double-sided edge here that you do want that surprise. And had you advertised the Road Warriors or Dusty or whoever it may be, let them be a surprise the first time. Also, how in the world were we supposed to do this advertising campaign and promote it as such? That a marketing campaign in our budget wasn't really a big, I'll say a big marketing campaign. We talked on the Don West episode about our John Boy and Billy, and a lot of times Dave would think that it was a surprise when in reality we did our best. Maybe we didn't put it on TNAwrestling.com till 5 p.m. or whatever it may be. But there's two sides to that. And I think both are right and both are wrong. But we were very conscious of the fact, can we advertise? What are we going to advertise? I do think, I don't know what you meant by but I think the surprise factor, I don't say always works, but yes, there is an element to professional wrestling that I think you can get a snowball rolling or get momentum going, that you truly have the sense of, you don't know what's going to happen next. And I think that's a real good thing if done correctly. If you're doing a swerve to do a swerve or a shock to do a shock, and it's not over delivering, and if you advertise the fact, tune in, you don't want to miss this, it's the greatest surprise in the world, you've set the bar too high and that fails. So again, it's so subjective. All of this is so subjective. Dave had his viewpoints, rightly or wrongly so. It's not like we didn't discuss it. It's from time to time, there were many, many factors that went into whether we advertised or didn't advertise.
Well said. I do want to ask about some of the other folks who show up who maybe didn't care. I'm talking about Kurt Hennig. He's going to wrestle David Flair in an axe on a pole match. Axe on a pole match. Here's the write-up directly from the Observer. Hennig and David Flair had an early worst match of the year candidate with an axe on a pole match, which was never mentioned in either advertising or even on the show until you could see workers putting poles on one of the posts. Hennig, for whatever reason, was supposed to win, but he decided against climbing the pole. Apparently, he told Chris Vaughn before the match that in case he didn't want to climb the pole, he'd signal him, and he did only about 2 minutes into the match. Flair had regressed badly since coming to OVW, and people have remarked that it appears he just doesn't care. Hennig clearly feels this thing is beneath him and shows up in body, but never in spirit, to the point where he's worthless. But this guy set a new record for lack of effort. After the match, Flair laid out Hennig by hitting him with a bag containing a mystery foreign object. And before the match, Hennig was once again talking about taking down Lesnar on the airplane. Hennig did a radio interview a few days later and blasted the company for not giving him more input into the storylines and made it appear he wasn't going to come back. Man, lot to unpack here. What do you remember about Kurt here and his quote unquote lack of effort?
This wasn't the Kurt that I met in 1989, 90, 88, 89, 90. But it just wasn't the same Kurt. That's really the best way to say it. It wasn't the same Kurt. His heart wasn't into it by any stretch of the imagination. The reality of the Mr. Perfect days, and then, a lot of times at WCW, does Eric ever comment on that? Just as it's coming across our discussion points, a lot of times at WCW, you could tell that Kurt's heart wasn't in it at WCW as well. He just wasn't the same guy of the Mr. Perfect Kurt Hennig or the AWA World Heavyweight Champion Kurt Hennig. His heart was not into this at all. Him and my dad had a really good relationship, I think, more than anything. That was at the very top of the list while he was there, because there was a relationship with me too, but more probably at this stage with my dad. But he just wasn't the same guy.
Let's also mention that there's a report in the Torch that I found interesting. TNA officials were laughing at Kurt Hennig for complaining during a recent radio appearance about the company not listening to his creative ideas. because he's attended several production meetings and was even allowed to book the finish of his own match against David Flair. It was Hennig's idea to have the ringside attendant climb the pole during the axe handle on a pole match against Flair because Hennig was concerned he wouldn't be able to climb the pole. How's that for Minnesota's greatest athlete? It's worth noting that Hennig was not happy about wrestling Flair and complained about it repeatedly beforehand. If the guy's in the production meetings, what else does he, right? Like, how much more involved and deferential could you be?
That was, again, I just think the most respectful way to say it is that Kurt was not the same Kurt that not just I knew, that a lot of folks, and you know, yes, he was involved, and my dad wanted him. We all wanted him engaged and involved. His heart just wasn't in it. Well, no, his head wasn't in it.
You're going to wrestle 3 matches on this show, a Triple X gauntlet where you pin Christopher Daniels and Elix Skipper before Low-Key, and then that ends in a DQ when Daniels and Skipper interfere. Dusty's return saves you from getting put through a table by SEX, and he lays everyone out with elbows. And then the Road Warriors come out as well. This is a lot all at once. Is this maybe too much?
I think we were building toward an 8-man tag, and it was, bedazzle them with, just create excitement. If I remember correctly, we were building toward an 8-man tag, and that's why the whole setup was the 3 members of Triple X and Russo against me, the Road Warriors, and Dusty.
Meltzer would say, I know Russo doesn't have a clue how to make it work because he's never seen a promotion where it has, but Jarrett has been around long enough to where he should be able to understand how to properly book smaller guys with a high-flying style. Along those same lines of not understanding that different styles aren't conducive to each other, Larry Zbyszko was contacted about coming in and doing a program with Styles. Larry Zbyszko versus AJ Styles? My goodness. That's something.
Well, just kind of the maturity, just the development of AJ Styles. He can have X Division matches. Let's get him in a storyline if Larry was up to it. Just, you know, the old, and I'm not saying it's people listen to this may not even remember, this may be totally irrelevant, but at one time there was a huge story between Bruno Sammartino and no, am I getting that right? Yeah. Bruno and Larry, mentor, mentee. And so let Larry Zbyszko, he was still in good shape, come in and do a quick program, but it'll give AJ a hard left from doing X Division week in and week out. Again, to develop the personality of AJ. His in-ring persona was there. It's, you know, my old man would call it, we've got to build the box office attraction.
Well, the other attraction you're trying to work out is Roddy Piper. We recently talked about when Roddy sort of mentioned Owen and ruffled some feathers in his shoot, whatever you want to call it, with Russo. And now he's going to be taping some promos for TNA to air while he's in Portland. I assume rather that Dave Penzer had a hand in all this, but the Observer would even report that Meltzer didn't quote unquote trust the Jarretts to make a live appearance. What's the relationship with Piper? How did it get sideways? How did Russo feel about him being involved after what happened before?
I mean, Roddy was being typical Roddy. I mean, now look, Roddy may have said other things to others, but to me and to my father, he was nothing but professional, nothing but business. And it's, to my knowledge, he never said, nope, I'm not coming. I don't trust you guys. Look, there's always a financial situation. At this time, Roddy is about selling Roddy's books. And if he can get some publicity and not have to get on an airplane and fly from Portland, Oregon to Nashville, Tennessee, and he can send in a video, it's a heck of a lot easier and a heck of a lot less expensive and whatever it may be. But, you know, it didn't get sideways. It got sideways between Russo and him, but that was irrelevant in the TNA Piper relationship.
There's some more unadvertised surprises. Nikita Koloff, Larry Zbyszko, and Conan are out the next week. You're adding a lot of talent here. Are you thinking this is adding to the bottom line, or are you just trying to see what's going to hit and get some chatter and get some buzz?
keep creating buzz. I know it's a little thing, but it wasn't a little thing to us. That first Star Asia deal, or whether it be Australia, just trying to keep the momentum. And look, we've gone through 8-10 names just on this podcast. Again, creating chatter. And I also think from a philosophy point of view, if you have basically the same 30 talent week in and week out on every Wednesday, that can get stale real quick. But if you have the core of America's Most Wanted and Jeff Jarrett and AJ Styles and 4, 5, 6 other guys, but then the next 15 talent or so are a good churn and a good turnover, that was a philosophy that was used often in the early days to just create turnover. That each individual show was different. I'm not going to say it gave you a reason to watch every week, but you weren't going to see the same talent week in and week out.
Let's talk about Dixie Carter. She is going to give a speech to the company talking about turning things around, and she's going to brag that pay-per-view buys are up 22% from the December 18th show to the January 8th show. Belzer, working backwards, thinks that means that the buys went from 2,000 buys to around 2,400 buys. Is this the first time you remember Dixie giving some sort of a rah-rah speech to the troops?
I don't specifically remember this, but she would give maybe small group rah-rah speeches every Wednesday out at Nashville. I do remember kind of the accounting stories that Conrad, so you get monthly reports from In Demand and Direct and Dish, but Direct and Dish gave a better story of Wednesday buys, but you would get this massive spreadsheet. God bless Panda when they were trying to, at one time, you've got a weekly show and you've got, we're 9 months into this. So 9 times, you got 36 shows, and the accounting that can be 60, a guy doesn't pay their cable bill for 90 days or maybe 120 days, but then to keep his cable on, he's got to get caught up. So he's paying his full cable bill. Oh, here's a buy from 60 days ago. Well, then that gets attributed to that buy. So you can kind of look at different shows, the ebb and flow. It's kind of a massive nightmare in the accounting part of things on what buys go to which show. But from time to time, you would go, oh, wait, this show 12 weeks ago was 20%, 30% better than the week before. What did we do? That was a challenge. But, it appears that Dixie got some real good news from Dallas on certain accounting, certain shows, and she shared it. Now, the interpretation and how it finally got to Dave's desk and printed, that to me is a whole nother story. But Dixie liked to share good news, and who wouldn't? But how accurate, not saying that she was given bad news, it was the true accounting issues of following the buys.
Let's talk a little bit more about Dixie. The Torch would say this: Dixie Carter, the daughter of Panda Energy's owners, has become known for telling just about every wrestler that she's heard great things about them. That said, she's liked by the wrestlers because she doesn't flaunt her ownership role. Likewise, Chris Sobel, who oversees TNA for Panda, is also well liked by the wrestlers. I know eventually that's going to change, but Dixie certainly knew how to be a businesswoman, right?
I mean, she was hired originally, day one was Trifecta Entertainment, public relations and marketing. So she's a pro at public relations and very, very good at it. Very good at it. So it came, I don't even want to say second nature, first nature to her to be personable and get to know talent and get to know folks. So yes, Chris Sobel having good reviews early. I can remember, it turned quick for me personally because of some things that were said in confidence in business meetings. But I can remember the early days is that Chris wanted his job to work out, of course, because it's going to be a constant payday. I think he got pressure from the top unduly, just super, super pressure from Dallas. And look, we all handle things differently. I think at times he handled it wrong and it turned south. I don't remember a talent ever really saying, I don't like this Sobel dude, but within the confines of the TNA offices, Sobel made enemies so quick. And, as I look back on it, maybe it went on to communication. He wasn't communicating where he was getting the pressure from. He was putting it all on his shoulders, and it just got ugly and uglier and uglier.
Well, something that else got ugly was some of the guys getting out of line, or so it's read in the torch. Jeff Jarrett and Mortimer Plumtree held a meeting with the wrestlers prior to the show this Wednesday. Plumtree did the bulk of the talking and said the company was going to cut down on the number of guests who were allowed backstage during the show. There was some talk that this was in response to rumors that a script had been stolen during a show recently. Plumtree did mention there had been a theft, but did not verify whether or not it was a script that was stolen. Let's talk about that. Do you remember the rumor that a script got out there and you thought this has to be an outsider?
I don't remember that. Again, the days before Google Drive, when you could keep everything on your phone and you didn't have to have paper running around, and we would we would print X amount of production sheets over in the fairgrounds office. And sometimes we would do it before we got to the building. We would print our formats, and we didn't like to see them laying around, but I guess one went missing. But I do remember as things kind of got, I'll call it rolling, and you looked at that crowd just a second ago from the Hennig deal. I mean, that was, I don't know, we'd have a little over 2,000 in that loud building. But backstage, it became ridiculous. The Kia Forum out at AEW several weeks ago, Conrad, backstage, and I get it. I mean, I totally get it, but it was just like, there were a couple of people said something to me. I'm like, hey, it's LA. You're going to have to expect this. You won't see this in other markets. But I mean, there's 150 people backstage. It's hard to kind of work in that environment when you're actually trying to get stuff done. On a much smaller scale, TNA, Wednesday Night Asylum, it became, hey, I'm going to come down the show and hang out. I'm like, what are you and who are you here with and why are you hanging out? Oh, because I'm not in the dressing room. I'm going to hang out. Well, you're taking up space. That's just, it happens all the time. It just happens. So, I chuckled when I read the research that Mortimer got picked to be the bearer of bad news, but he was just trying to do his job, which was to keep only the necessary personnel backstage because it's a work environment. It was as they say in Hollywood, it's a working set.
Speaking of a working set, you have to get up and say, hey guys, you got to cut out the cussing. If you're going to cuss, it has to be approved. But Vince Russo's was approved. Nobody else's was. So stop cursing unless we talk about it. And by the way, Elix, don't hit damn fans. And Elix says, wait, that fan swung at me first. And what Scott Armstrong says, well, technically that's true. And he even makes a suggestion. We need security on the heel entrance side to make sure this doesn't happen again. And Mortimer even says, here's the deal. If a wrestler, if a fan jumps in the ring, they're fair game, beat the shit out of them. But if a fan is trying to jump over the guardrail, let security take care of that. And you even suggest, don't stop and engage with the fans. Walk and talk so you can just keep it moving. You figured out where this line is between fans attacking. And I mean, I was a fan once and you attacked me. I mean, I guess those rules don't apply to you, right, Jeff?
That's not true. No, you know what, Conrad? But the Wednesday night shows started picking up momentum, and we were using that. We called it the heel entrance, but people were on top of people. And so the heels did have to come through. And look, it wasn't the best scenario, but it had a different vibe. And there were fans right on top of you. And Elix was right. And I'm sure the fan did take a swing at him. But I also tried to, these public settings of, I don't know who called this and about, I've just never been a big fan of, if there's too much cussing, let's go talk to talent individually. If there's an issue getting talent from the ring into the heel dressing room, let's handle that in small groups and talk like that. But obviously we didn't. But I also would tell the different heels, if a fan's swinging at you, kind of tip your cap in your mind. You're doing a good job. So why are you bitching?
Right.
Be careful. Move on. Don't stop. That's as old school as an old school. I can hear Dutch Mantel in my ear, but he would be reciting whatever heel from the 60s. If you're a heel and you've got heat and the people are closing in on you, don't stop. Just keep rolling through. Once you stop, not just can they surround you, but they can kind of feed off that mob mentality, and then they're in control.
So, Jeff, let's get back to the program here. We've got this big conversation between Vince Russo and Mike Tenay. And there's a famous quote that came out of this that I will never, ever forget. Russo is sort of denigrating the type of wrestling that Mike Tenay values, the quote-unquote work rate type style that we all enjoy now on Mondays, Wednesdays, or Fridays. Russo wants more of the entertainment. And he says something like, if you want to see a bunch of lucha libras, go to Japan, which just got all over me. Libras and go to Japan. Tremendous, great stuff. Of course, Tenay set him up and just filleted him. He brings back a ton of great detail. This is blurring the lines for sure. We don't have to get into all the nitty gritty, but this made for entertaining television. And it's not something that was going to probably result in a match or headlining a pay-per-view or whatever. But I found it to be entertaining because, well, I just knew the real life backstory of these guys. Did you think that this was a good idea for business? And ultimately, where did your dad land on a segment like this?
This is right up his alley. This type of and you know, if you want to kind of go back in time, if you could have had the story played out at Channel 5 Studios in Memphis, Tennessee, of Mike Tenay and Vince Russo, and they're the mouthpieces. But let's just say behind Mike would have been Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee. And behind Russo would have been any of Jimmy Hart's first family. And the story was, all right, you know, but because they both individuals, Mike and Vince, were speaking from the heart. It's what they really, really, really believe. Vince Russo, I think to this day, doesn't really see value. I don't want to say, I'm trying to think in non-American style. Doesn't see value in Lucha Libre or Japanese, or, you know, whatever. It's just not his flavor. And Mike, on the other hand, is a huge fan of multiple styles. Anyway, just everything they articulated was reality based in their heads. And it played out well. It was a story. You ask what my old man would think of it. It's right up his alley to blur the lines. That's, you know, personal issues draw money. How do you get personal? How do you get personal? You've got to go down an avenue that's real or authentic or touch a nerve. And it always kind of, it always bubbles up and comes out of it. So I thought it was compelling television, like you said, Vince Russo.
It's amazing to me in the segment. Huh?
What'd you say the line was? A bunch of Lucha Libras in Japan.
If you want to see a bunch of Lucha Libras, go to Japan.
Oh, God.
It's amazing. I mean, it is a great line, but he has another line in there that I'm telling you, man, I just don't get. Like, he says something like, as Tenay is bragging about your title win in TNA here back in November over Ron Killings. Russo goes, yeah, but only 100 people saw that. In reality, it was over 1,000 people, and we've hyped it as being the biggest show and most important moment, blah, blah, blah. And he goes on here and says, yeah, only 100 people saw it. Like, I don't get it. And I understand he's a heel, but go ahead.
No, because those are the little things, and they're not little. But I would say, and like, oh man, let me think here a minute, Conrad.
My point is, if Russo's saying that this is of no consequence, then what is this segment?
Okay, so
if that title match main event doesn't matter, then what does this matter?
Conrad, and we're saying the exact same thing, because it would be something to the point of, how does that help the segment?
It doesn't. It makes it all feel insignificant and less than.
Less than. And that is something that is a miss.
Yes.
It's just a complete miss. And it's one of those things that the old Memphis TV announcer sitting at ringside, this is when Lance or Dave was off. I can't remember the exact story, but there's a match going on up in the ring. And the enhancement guy, Job Boy's over in the corner, and he's getting beat up. and whoever this wrestler was, Conrad, he's beating the guy down, and the announcer goes, "Oh my God, that's a series of kicks. Look at him. He's tearing him. Oh my, he's just pounding his brains out. Oh my God." Now there's a fake one. Now the announcer called something that he saw, but did he really need to say that?
No, let it breathe and move on.
He killed the segment. I mean, it's kind of a legendary live Memphis TV story. Same goes with this. Vince, there wasn't 100 people, but if there was 100 people, why would you say that? Because it just tore down your own segment that you're in.
The thing that, and listen, I understand that Russo is a writer, bro. He's not supposed to be a television character. He's not supposed to be he got into this to be a writer. And by the way, if we're honest with ourselves, he wrote some of the highest rated segments of all time. So I'm not being critical of his writing ability, but I am going to say that sometimes a criticism of someone who does commentary, and you hear this a lot, is that, hey, that guy wasn't working to get the guys over. He was trying to get himself over. So when you're thinking about it from a commentary standpoint, is the talking head, whether it's a color guy, and it usually is, or a play-by-play guy, is he trying to get the product over, the guys in the ring over, or get himself over? And that's a criticism you hear when it's a former talent who's used to being the star, now being in the role of being a color commentator, that sometimes it's difficult for them to get out of get myself over mode that every wrestler has to be in, and then try to get over this promotion, get over this angle, get over this wrestler in the ring. And it feels like Russo here is falling into that trap, where in an effort to get himself over, he's going to denigrate the whole program, which kind of defeats the purpose of the whole segment and everything we're doing, right?
Yes, and that comes only from experience and an old timer, way back, old timer, a young kid walk through the curtain and make those kind of mistakes, they slap their jaw off.
Yes.
You immediately get an education and you say to yourself, I better learn from this, or if I don't, maybe I'll just get slapped again. Because you're not getting slapped because of anger. You're saying, hey man, this doesn't work in this industry. It just doesn't work, and by the nature of, and I had this conversation, last couple of weeks on a Wednesday about the term writer, being writer, whatever it may be. If you want to call and I'm not, this ain't Vince Russo, it's just kind of the overall generic term. Whether it's Hollywood, whether it's a movie or it's a sitcom, if you're a writer, that means you are absolutely open to get edited, because there's a director. I mean, there's so many layers above a writer on any set. It just goes by nature. And so an unedited writer never works out. In this case, I'm making my point. That's what this is about. I think today Vince would say, yeah, I probably shouldn't have said that. I should have reeled that back in.
Yeah. And listen, by the way, we're not trying to beat up on Russo. We had a great segment earlier talking about Russo. We both think a lot of him, and we're going to let bygones be bygones, and y'all have talked it out and yada, yada. So I don't want anybody to think that there's some sort of weird agenda here at play. We're just watching a segment, critiquing it as he does every week. I do want to bring up the conspiracy theory about Russo's segment here, though. This is a great line here. The segment was taped at about 3 p.m. that afternoon, and backstage, every wrestler and backstage person got a seat to crowd around the monitors. Jeff and Jarrett were said to have loved it, but Russo hated it. And the feeling was that Russo couldn't admit in front of everyone that he wanted it retaped, and hours later, during his first interview, was clearly still seething about it. Is that the way you remember it, that he wasn't happy with the segment? Or is this just a conspiracy theory?
He wasn't happy with the TNA segment?
Yes.
I
think he felt like TNA maybe got the better of him.
Well, was that a planned leak or not? I don't know. I mean, conspiracy.
I see.
I don't know.
Next up, the worst match of the year took place on this show. It's April Hunter versus Desire. The Observer says this match was beyond any descriptive term in the English language. I don't want to pile on them, but let's just say it was not good. And Kid Kash is going to be involved here because she was so messed up from this spot that she misses the finish of the Siaki Kash match, where she's supposed to trip Kash to set up the finish. She misses him, but he has to sell it anyway because it's the finish. I don't know Kid Kash, but I know of Kid Kash, and I know that homie don't play. I'm sure there was somebody talking about that backstage. What do you remember about Desire and April Hunter?
I don't. Here's what I want us to do. Somebody go out of their way, go to promo code Jeff on Impact Wrestling Plus. I'll let you, but I want to watch.
There it is.
Hey, I want to watch this now. Don't you, Conrad?
Maybe we can do it for ad-free shows. Just see the worst match of the year here.
That's what I'm saying. Literally, Dave called it the worst match of the year.
Yes.
Let's take a look at it, folks.
Let's do it. I'm for it.
At
Next
least,
up,
hey, Marcus, can you do me a favor? Well, no, never mind. I was going to say we ought to clip it up and just take a look at this bad boy.
we got to watch it. But you know what else we need to do? We need to get Kid Kash on here one day on ad-free shows behind the paywall with you and him just talking. Because I don't know what his theories are on wrestling and TNA, but I'd love to hear it. And you being a fully evolved man and Kid Kash being Kid Kash, it's probably going to be entertaining.
I'll say this, David Kash, but he had the simple term is he wasn't afraid to be booed. I love that about him. He understood I'm going to get heat and I'll do what it takes to get heat. And the people knew it. And he had a sense of arrogance and cockiness that translated through the camera. Dutch loved him. That son of a gun can get heat, don't care to get it, and has no problem being the heel.
I love this stuff. I was a huge fan and was convinced he was going to be a bigger star.
Yep.
And then I heard through the grapevine, he was not short on opinion and definitely not shy about sharing it, and thought, well, if you don't want to play politics at all, we'll see how it goes. But
yeah,
goodness gracious. The main event is yourself teaming with Dusty Rhodes and the Road Warriors, taking on Vince Russo and Triple X. That's right. Vince Russo's in a match, and Dusty, damn it, is teaming with the Road Warriors. Meltzer would say the 8-man wasn't as bad as it could have been, as there's only a few horrible seconds where Low-Key worked with Animal. Think about that. Low-Key and Animal. That just doesn't seem like that would have been the case, but there it is. Listen, I don't know what else there is to say here. Rhodes is super over. And, well, what do you remember?
I mean, and I don't know like the exactly specific conversation, but I can just generally would get a feeling that, and I'm just going to kind of give you a list off the top of my head, whether it's a Jerry Jarrett or a Mike Tenay or a Bob Ryder, shoot, we just keep rolling down the list. Jeff, what are you thinking? You're going to put Low-Key, Elix, Chris Daniel, he's a high flyer. Okay. And Russo against Dusty and the Road Warriors and you. And I'm going, yep, the formula's this. We'll figure out a spot where Dusty can get everybody elbows. That's all they need to see. And that's all they want to see is we'll do a couple of big power spots with Road Warriors, all this, and I'm going to do the rest. And I'll just sell the whole match and do a hot tag. It was kind of a simple formula in a lot of ways, but if you go back, and I don't even have to go back and watch this, watch the people. When you have somebody like Dusty Rhodes, an absolute legend, they're waiting on him to do anything. And if you build the psychology right, you've got a magic formula, and get Dusty involved and go home.
He does a promo that breaks ground rule number 1 for TNA by acknowledging Jerry Jarrett. But he also says some other things that have become legendary on our show and in our private group chats with Crowbar. I'm going to play a little audio here from his promo that night.
Midget beating off in a trash can at 8 p.m. Or how about a midget beating off in a trash can? The choice is yours.
The idea was he's out here asking, hey, what do y'all find more entertaining? A 60-minute match with Ricky the Dragon Steamboat or a midget beating off in a trash can? And he hit it over and over and over. And it's still maybe one of my favorite Dustyisms of all time. And it's on this seemingly forgot about TNA show that we're talking about. A midget, beaten off in the trash can.
But
what a great line.
the true greats, he took reality base. We really did a segment, but he blended it. He took reality and made it into a box office promo. And the greats do that. They take a shred of whatever it may be and make it their own. Oh, that's funny. Conrad, we've laughed on that one line a lot.
Oh, forever. A beaten. I mean, every now and again, you and I and Crowbar will just text each other. A beaten. The finish sees another Mr. Wrestling appear. He's going to knock you out and cost you the match, and he's going to take off the match, and it's Nikita Koloff. Who would have thought? Also on the show is Percy Pringle coming out, and he's actually going to get juice after trying to join with Russo. Russo hits him with the soapbox, and yes, Paul Bearer is bleeding a gusher in Nashville. Was this necessary?
No, but did Paul want to do it? Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So somewhere in here, the company sends a memo out to the wrestlers saying that indie bookings are now going to be arranged by them. Wrestlers are allowed to name their own booking fees, which the company will then relay to indie promoters. But wrestlers will be charged a 10% booking fee by the office, but the money will be paid in advance by the office, which will also make their travel arrangements. This would become another controversial move. Who was really pushing for this? Is this your dad doing this behind the scenes?
We just wanted to start, again, growing pains, but the talent that we were booking essentially every Wednesday, it's not like we wanted control over it, but we knew that we were creating their character. We also wanted to get a relationship with these promoters that they would, hey, if you're using AJ on every show, why don't you use AJ and I'll pull it, Elix, to get other guys bookings. And also we wanted to take care of, we wanted to do them a service, take care of travel. And if basically use like a booking agent in Nashville, again, living and growing up in Nashville. And you see how, there's agents and concert promoters and just kind of the entertainment businesses and the bus companies and everything that goes with entertainment. We just wanted to, we knew we couldn't do it overnight, but you got to start somewhere. You got to start with some talent, a group of talent. You got to start, you just kind of have to grow into this. So it was kind of a collective decision of all of us, even Dallas. How do we start becoming their booking agent if we're developing and investing into their characters week in and week out?
All right, let's talk about it. Right after the show, it's reported that Raven, Scott Levy, and Justin Credible, aka PJ Polacco, were released from WWE. And I'm curious, how do you find out that these talents are now available? Because it feels like it's going to be something that you're going to be all over.
But back in those days, I'm sure it would have been a hotline or a Keller or a Meltzer or telephone, telegraph, telewrestler, something along those lines. I don't remember specifics at all.
How did you see, in your opinion, how did you see Raven? You had been with Raven back before he was Raven, back when he was Scotty Flamingo, and you were hanging out with him in the WWF in the mid-90s. But then he goes on to sort of make his name for himself in ECW, enjoy some success in WCW and then the WWE. But now at this point, he's available. What's your relationship like with him? Did you see him as a top guy? What was your reading on the real life Raven?
So like we do here on My World, I read the research and then kind of jog my own memory. Did you know Scotty worked Memphis? Did you know that, Conrad?
Way back when, I believe.
Yes, he did. So that's the first time first time I met him, he was known as Scotty the Body, and then Scotty Flamingo. But when he, became Raven and the whole ECW run, there's one thing that, and I knew him in WCW and like I said, the whole deal, he was a veteran. And veterans understand weekly episodic television. He can talk. I knew that. Did we want him? Yes. Did I think I had this vision that we're going to shoot an angle and it would turn people away? No, I don't think any of us really predicted that, but definitely wanted him. And he was quote unquote local. So he was Atlanta.
Right.
so he could, make the shows. But I didn't have any idea. But in those days, that's why it's so different. Does he have any interest? Where's his head at? Is he going to take time off? Who knows? But definite interest from the very beginning.
It's pretty cool to see the backstory here. I think Raven is pretty good friends with Mike Sanders and Disco Inferno, and Russo, of course, was in Atlanta, so they're probably all friendly. Yep. Speaking of Russo, he's going to go on the radio, and he's asked about Jerry Jarrett, and he says, we barely speak. And he says that they don't really have a full-fledged working relationship, but he does respect Jerry, and he knows that he'll do whatever's best for NWA TNA. But he would say that his input on the show, meaning your father's input on the show, as far as the wrestlers can tell, is sitting in front of the monitor backstage and spitting chewing tobacco for the entire show. That really, he's calling the shots, blah, blah, blah. Now this, I'm sure, if you take it word for word, reads a certain way, but in reality, this is Russo just working an angle here, right?
When you hear him, his job is to sit at the monitor and spit tobacco.
Working.
Yeah.
Working.
Although that's a true story, but Vince highlighting that is, I'll just say that's a very heelish tone comment.
Yes, absolutely. I bring this up because the next week in the Torch, Jerry Jarrett heads the pre-show production meeting, which was scheduled to begin at 10:30 a.m. on the day of the shows. And the meetings are attended by Jeff Jarrett, Scott Armstrong, Brian Armstrong, Bob Armstrong, Don Harris, Mortimer Plumtree, Bill Behrens, Goldilocks, Bob Ryder, Mike Miller, and Keith Mitchell, along with Mike Tenay, Don West, Jeremy Borash, and Percy Pringle. Quote, if you think Vince McMahon is hands-on, at least he has agents, one TNA worker said. Bob Armstrong, Weber, and Ryder spent at least some time working as agents, but the Jarretts have since taken total control of the agent duties. Among Jerry Jarrett's other duties at the building is to talk to the production truck on the headset during the show, talking overs with the promos, with the talent prior to the show. It's interesting that this sort of what does Jerry Jarrett do doesn't even really come out until Russo has that radio appearance, which makes me say to myself, Mr. Jarrett heard about that radio appearance, got his feelings hurt a little bit, at least enough to address it with Wade Keller. Am I off base in guessing that?
I have no idea, but 1 + 1 = 2.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I really don't. It also could be, that's not really the flip of it, but Wade could have heard it and said, hey, Jerry, you got an issue with this? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, that's probably more likely.
That's how I'm feeling it. I mean,
and at the same time, in that spot, when a quote unquote dirt sheet writer calls and asks if you have a problem with it, if you don't give a comment, it dies. If you give a comment, you get a little more press coverage. So let's lean into it. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about Roddy's promos. We teased them earlier. They're going to be kind of all over the place. He's talking about everything and everybody, from Junkyard Dog to Owen Hart again, even Kerry Von Erich. Did you ever think of not airing it, or is he such a big star that you're like, well, we got it. We gotta.
Like, don't read too. Me and my father, even maybe, I'm sure we would have probably run this by Keith Mitchell, put different eyes on it, and not get too caught up in the minutia, if you will. And Roddy's Roddy. Just let it roll.
Let's mention the Dusty promo. He's going to talk about his long history with Nikita Koloff. Of course, we know there's no way Nikita's going to wrestle again. His last match was in '92. Why are we spending so much time on Nikita if we know we're not going to pay it off with a match?
Good question. In research, Conrad, that's we probably need to do a little research on this. What was there? And look, Nikita would probably answer to this day. Were we talking to Nikita about, hey, will you do one more match?
Right.
You know, maybe Vince and him were buds.
Right.
Russo and him were buds. Are buds.
Well, Koloff winds up beating up Dusty. Just minutes later, Dusty walks into the SEX locker room and everybody runs into his elbow. Zbyszko's going to wrestle AJ Styles and lose to him. Zbyszko's 50 here. Doesn't really look older than he did when he wrestled in WCW. At this point, I guess he's found the secret of life is just to go golfing every day. Elix Skipper and Low Key win the NWA Tag Team titles from America's Most Wanted. And the Torch says Low Key was to be surprised as anyone that he was given one of the tag titles since he's scheduled for another Japanese tour in the near future. And you're in the main event. Meltzer would call you Stone Cold Jeff Jarrett as you defend the NWA title in a 4-way battle royal against Don Harris, who gets cut open badly from a chair shot from you, Christopher Daniels, and BG James. You also get some color here, and you get the win. And then Raven makes his debut in the Asylum, DDTs you, and sets up your new program. And the pop Raven got was insane. And there's an epic shot of Raven leaving with the NWA title and a Vince Fears Raven sign in the background. You see McMahon Fears Raven right behind the belt there. We've actually got a clip of this moment. I want everybody to take a look and see this big pop for Raven's debut here in the Asylum.
Double J, you beat insurmountable odds tonight in front of your hometown remaining NWA World Heavyweight Champion and overcoming sports entertainment. What the hell? That's Raven! That's Raven! That's Raven! Attacking Jarrett! What is going on? Everyone's stunned! What is going on? He even flew DDT! And he's flying out of the ring! He's got the belt! He's taking the belt! He's got the belt! Raven's got the NWA title!
So there you go. Cool little moment. You could hear the crowd chanting Raven. It's a big moment, especially for a young company. And it's a nice way to have a cliffhanger at the end of the show. You were in the ring. How did it feel? The big debut from Raven. You got that crowd energy. Take us back.
We're just kind of going back to earlier in this episode. Surprises done right are magical.
Yeah.
I knew when it happened, this is better than we booked or thought through or expected. The 4-way was that's all it really was a setup. Of course, the fan doesn't know that, but it was a 4-way. Oh, Donnie Harris took a bad hard way. I'll fully accept my part in that. But we just kind of had full of action the whole night. We tried to deliver 2 hours of total nonstop action. But Raven as the surprise and leaving with the belt was all they were going to remember after this episode. And again, the execution and how he left the ring and opened up for the beauty shot and the money shot, and Mike and Don telling the story, and we gave ourselves 30 seconds or 40 seconds, not too much time, but just enough time. It all worked out. It really, really did. It was a top 5 moment in the first 2 years it was a big moment. And going into it, you said, this is going to be good. Out of it, it kind of set the tone for the next, 3, 6, 9 months. We shot the angle right there, and it clicked, it worked, and it paid off big time when we built toward that match.
Go out of your way to see it. It's impactwrestling.com/packages. Be sure to use this promo code Jeff. It's a phenomenal show. I just love watching those early TNA days. I know we're running short on time here, Jeff, but I do want to ask, how was Raven to deal with as far as getting him to the show, talking through the creative, figuring out the money?
Look, it goes without saying. Oh, Scott Levy is opinionated, but he's a veteran. He earned it. Always would say, well, people would come up to me, man, doesn't Raven just drive you nuts or irritate you? And I'm like, hey, he's kind of earned his stripes. Like any talent, enough can be enough, but he understood the business. And look, every talent can be self-serving. And I'm not saying Raven was that way all the way, but we all are at certain times. Raven's business. Yeah, we have to be. Raven was business. He wanted to draw money. He went into it. I've always said this, in his core of his heart, he's a good dude, a great dude. But he was business. Again, going from the territory days to working side by side with announcers in the WWF and talent, and then WCW era, and then the ECW and all of that. He had been around and been involved in money drawing angles, and he came at the right time and the right angle and the right position. It really was, I don't want to say just a shot in the arm. That almost again, he was a catalyst for a hell of an angle.
In our most recent episode about that subject, we talked about how Raven had just come into the asylum. And the Torch would report that Vince Russo has resumed his former role of producing backstage segments, and that he was popular in a lot of the locker room circles, with almost everyone saying how easy he was to work with. And Wade would say when he's not producing segments, he spends most of his time in the SEX locker room hanging out with Road Dogg and Disco and Raven now that they're all there. And the locker room is being praised, according to Wade. It's saying that it's a positive place to work. And even independent wrestlers who have worked WWE say they prefer the more relaxed atmosphere of TNA. And they feel like it's much more approachable and they're more, feels like they're more at home. And there's a lot of praise for you and your dad and others in management for not sort of beating people over the head with the fact that I'm in charge. I really like the idea that there's all this positive feedback, but there is one person who maybe isn't getting all this love heaped on him. Old Mortimer Plumtree, quote, "Morty comes off like he's trying to show us he's important," one wrestler said. So do you remember that being a goal of yours? We want the locker room to be a laid back and relaxed atmosphere. And was that kind of what it was like when you were growing up in Memphis?
Well, I think the easiest way to kind of say this is that because as of late, being in the AEW locker room, it's demands on everybody's time. When you're running a Wednesday night show and the demands that are Wednesdays only, it's like we didn't have promos to do for market coming up. We didn't have green screens. We didn't have photos. We didn't have all the different pulling everybody in 10 different directions. We had a 2-hour show to produce, pre-tapes, and guys get ready for the matches. So there were less demands, but you always want to have a, and I don't like facts. I think a highly competitive locker room in a constructive way is the best one. It's show day. And I've often said, you know, finishing production meetings or whatever it may be, as we kind of get out and start the day, I want everybody involved, whether you're in front of the camera or behind the camera, to get ready for game time. It is game day, so go get your work done. With that being said, it's never productive for folks to walk on eggshells and worry about this and worry about that. But I think we're going to dovetail into, again, Dave, whoever reported that, sometimes has to report something that's newsworthy, something that is, I don't call it clickbait in these days, but something. And look, I would assume that Morty, great guy, still stay in contact with him this day, but he was a quote unquote an office guy. And sometimes he had to deliver bad news, whatever it may be. I mean, it could be as small as catering tickets, and a guy walk in and have 4 of his friends and say, "I want 5 catering tickets." No, we're contracted to buy 140 meals. If we add on 4 friends to everybody's meal, we're going to run out of food. I don't know what it was, but Morty obviously delivered some bad news to some folks, and they went and chirped to the
To Wade.
To Wade, okay, to Wade, and he wrote it, and good for it. It makes for a good newsletter reading.
Talk to me about Russo. You know, it's written here that, I mean, we know he's helping write the shows, or maybe even the head writer, but it also mentions here that he's working to produce some backstage vignettes. You got to work with a lot of great backstage producers. I know you've been very complimentary of Bruce over the years.
Yep.
Was that something he had a passion for, or was Russo really good at it? I mean, we know that you were high on his writing, and I'm not saying that to be funny.
Yeah.
He wrote some great stuff. But that's a different skill set than producing, is it not?
It is. And I think Vince, yes, strong suits, character development, and kind of thinking outside the box would probably Russo's strongest suit, but also maybe his weakest link. That, in my opinion, sometimes when you get too far out of the box, you lose, you confuse them and you lose. But producing vignettes, pre-tapes, Vince had a gift for that. Just like you said, Bruce. Bruce, what I always liked when Bruce would really get down into the DNA of it is that he really would try to bring out what's in each talent. And Vince did too, but don't do it my way. Do it your way. But here's an example. But yeah, Vince liked producing pre-tapes.
Let's talk a little bit about Raven. Of course, we know he's going to be coming in, and we're going to throw him right into the mix for the world title. Larry Zbyszko had been doing some stuff on camera with AJ Styles, and there's like 3 angles in one show here with Raven. You're going to destroy Raven until Russo saves him, and that whole scene ends with Raven superplexing you through a table. That's a big one. The second angle, though, maybe a little more controversial. Raven is going to confront AJ looking for a title shot, and AJ is going to make reference to Raven having a syringe and implying he's a heroin addict. That leads to a big pull apart. You're going to show back up and clean house, and you're going to leave AJ laying after the stroke and snatch the belt. But the syringe line, the implied heroin reference, talk to me about that.
I wish I could, when I read the notes, I wish I could recall all that, but it's one of those things that my gut tells me Russo and Raven talked about it and said, yeah, let's do it. And AJ, being the great soldier, said, okay. It's one of those things that Raven's character to me was defined walking in the door. And so maybe they thought it was good for character development. I wish I had better recall on this specific night, but I don't.
So we get another big pull apart. It's a tease for a Jarrett Raven title match, but it never happens because this brawl breaks out. AJ is going to be involved. He's even going to give you a stroke on the belt and take the belt with him. And that's how the show ends. So we're getting a lot of mileage out of Raven. I mean, the old school approach would say, hey, maybe we need to take our time with this, but 3 big segments in one big show. Is this because you didn't know how long you had Raven? I mean, at this point, I'm not saying this to be ugly, but it's not like there's a WCW or an ECW to jump to. And if he's fresh off the WWE run, it's not like he's likely to just turn around and go back there. Was this something where you just had a guarantee for a certain number of dates? Or are you trying to see, hey, can we heat this up and get some traction? Or what's the thinking for? I'm not going to say you went so far as to quote unquote hot shot, but it does feel like, man, we're just jumping right into the mix with Raven, and there's a lot of him in the same show.
Well, you go back and look at either a Memphis or even an Attitude Era with Stone Cold or whatever. I don't want to put it on one talent. Raven came in and the vibe felt right, and you've got a hot talent, hammer down if they can carry the segments, because it's the analogy. Are you going to try to sell 5 matches halfway, or 4 matches a little bit better, or 3? But let's go for 1. Let's get 1 match as hot as we can, or at least head down that route. And Raven could do it, and that's the decision we made, at least for this episode. But yeah, when Raven came in, the momentum on him was not easy to get. I mean, it was easy to get started, and we just kept going with it.
Talk to me a little bit about Tony Schiavone. He's going to come in for a one-off here. Yeah, that's right. Tony Schiavone, if you're watching with us over on YouTube, was actually on TNA for a whole 1 episode, but he had been the voice of the NWA and WCW forever, going back to the Jim Crockett Promotions days, and even all the way through the last Nitro. And we haven't seen him for a while. Of course, we know he jumped into radio and started doing his life outside of wrestling, but I think he was friendly with Russo and just a ride over from Atlanta. He shows up, does 1 show, and never again. What did you think of his performance? What was your impression of him way back when?
The first thing that came to my mind, and it popped up in the picture, I've never seen Tony Schiavone with facial hair, ever.
Right.
He looks so different, like really, really different. But heck, you may have more insight on this than I do. But it was, I think he was always designed for a one and done. He still is, but it's not the voice of WCW from late 80s till it closed the doors. So when you have Mike and Don already in that seat, where are you going to put a guy with the stature of Tony Schiavone? And you certainly aren't going to make him a mouthpiece or a manager of any of that. But correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't it solely a Russo relationship that Vince tried to get him to do?
Yes, and as from what I've understood, based on the way Tony tells it, is he rode to this one show just to sort of see what it was like because Russo had sort of been pestering about it, and he decided, I don't like it. It's not for me. I'm out.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Rock and Roll Express. They're going to show up here on this show and come in to save America's Most Wanted before there's a swerve and they turn heel. That's right. The Rock and Roll Express is heels. 20 years prior to this, they were the biggest baby faces in all the land. And now here, we're trying them as heels. What's the thinking there?
God, and again, all these like Wednesday after Wednesday after Wednesday, but I'm pretty sure Ricky sold us on this. They wanted work. They monster name. We had America's Most Wanted. It's a very easy, natural rivalry. Veterans versus the up and comers. And Ricky, in his heart of hearts, Ricky loves to be a heel. But obviously he's a fantastic baby face, but that's his kind of his, and now watching his son, you can kind of see the threads of, Ricky wanted to be a heel and we wanted to give it a shot. Again, during this 2002, 2003, during all the Asylum years, we didn't have the finances. We didn't want the commitment of talent because we're literally saying, hey, come work for us. We've got one day a week. There was no house shows in the plans at this time. So we didn't have guys, I've said it 1,000 times, especially in these early days. What we have is an opportunity for you, and we're going to present it to you. And if you agree and we agree, go do this Wednesday night. And if it comes off great, we won't have to ask you if you want to come back. You're going to tell us.
Well, I love what you're talking about. You didn't have the budget because you get a rare compliment from Dave Meltzer.
Get out of here.
Yeah. From people within the company are marveling at the job Jeff Jarrett does backstage. He basically runs the wrestling end, which means plays agent, helps the younger guys lay out their matches, takes care of everyone's problems, and is constantly on the go from about 10 a.m. until the last person leaves because the company is so understaffed. How about that? That feels like a compliment right there.
I bet Meltzer must have been on grandma's cough syrup this week or something, not feeling well for him to give me just a little bit of pat on the back. But, those Wednesdays, wouldn't want to go back. But, man, the Wednesdays.
Yes, you would. For one Wednesday, you'd want to do it one more time.
Oh, man. It was, I can't say it was exhausting, but it was.
Mentally, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, leave the house at 8 a.m., 8:30, and know that I wasn't getting back home till midnight and kind of not slowing down. In those days, after the show, I'd go have a adult beverage or two after the show with Mike and Don to just kind of post-mortem everything. But, man, it was what a 12-hour day. Just a hell of a 12-hour day. And we were and me in so many ways. That kind of made of it as well.
One of the other things I want to mention on the show here is we got BG James, the former Road Dogg, coming out and doing a promo where he's basically portraying Vince McMahon as a vindictive guy who gives him the awful Double J gimmick because he was mad at Jeff Jarrett, not him. And he says that it was actually Russo's D-Generation X that made him the most entertaining personality in pro wrestling that led to him selling out Madison Square Garden 20 straight weeks. This sort of talk of, and now I'm down here and everything sucks, but back then I was on top, but Vince McMahon sucks too. Like, I understand the idea of trying to lean into what Eric Bischoff used to talk about, controversy creates cash. However, this is a pay-per-view where people are paying $10 to come out of their pocket and buy the show. And when we have guys who are sort of saying, hey, this sucks, but remember that good stuff back in the day? Well, that was free, but you got to pay $10 for this stuff that I'm just basically saying sucks. Was there ever like a moratorium put on? Okay, damn it, we're not doing that stuff anymore. And if not, why not? I can't imagine your dad thought this was necessarily quote unquote good for business or helped anybody get over.
Me and my father, me and Dutch. We could go down a whole kind of a laundry list Conrad, well said, well put, because what we really did was, to take it back to our territory day, is we did a 90-minute Memphis TV studio show in a Monday night Mid-South Coliseum show mashup. That was kind of our reality, that you free TV on, free TV versus paid live event. And you always kind of had an internal struggle on just what you're saying. Hey, this is kind of a character development promo to set up something down the line. But right now, this folks sitting at home watching this is they paid to watch this. So again, Conrad, the juggling act, and I don't know if it has it in the notes, but we tried. We're going to have some type of promo like that is character development, storytelling. Let's end it with action to have a fight right there. Maybe not what he was talking about, whether it's somebody sticking up for whoever it may be, but it's the juggling act of, let's get some character development in, but hey, let's give them a fight right now.
Well, let's talk about the torch the next week as we're marching through 03 here. The widespread speculation is that Jeff Jarrett now has the final say on all booking matters and accepts input from his father and Vince Russo. It's assumed by most in TNA that Russo is actually formatting the scripts. Russo does not attend production meetings, perhaps in part because Jerry Jarrett does. More than one TNA source felt Russo's recent promo line about Jerry living vicariously through Jeff was a shoot. Unless Jerry and Russo are working everyone around them, there's still heat between the two of them. Is that right, that Russo wouldn't come to the production meetings because your dad was in them?
It wasn't because of that. That picture, I brought back a memory. I think that was in the original TNA offices up on, that's the original offices in, it was up on Gallatin Road. Anyway, the original TNA office. Anyhow, no, it wasn't because because my father was there. And I think you noted that, how'd you say, Conrad? Now I make all final decisions.
Yep.
Here's and look, what Wade and Dave made their money off of is to kind of create who's the buck stop. But from the beginning, before show one, I was the majority, and so the decisions rested on my shoulders. And when the Carters came in, the deal that was put in place was they do everything but the creative, and down to the talent budgets, they do everything. But as far as creating and producing the show, the buck stopped with me always. So that was never really, but there were, and we've gone over this multiple times on this podcast on, this is a Jerry Jarrett influence, or this is a Dutch Mantel, or this is Vince Russo. But ultimately the decision kind of rests on my shoulders. But during this time, and I'm not exactly sure, but there was a period of time, Vince lived in Atlanta, and on Mondays, I would drive from my house to just south of Murfreesboro, which is about a little over an hour, and he'd drive up, Conrad, from Atlanta, which is 2.5, and we would meet at a Cracker Barrel and go in the back and eat, or I would eat, but he wouldn't eat, have coffee or whatever, and we would just kind of throw ideas around, not just the following Wednesday show 2 days from now or when we met, but a couple of weeks and months. And we kind of had that rhythm of talking about things. And then on my drive back, I'd call Bob Ryder because I would put him on speaker and I had my handwritten notes and kind of things. And I'm like, hey, let's generally format this, what's coming up this Wednesday. And of course, if Dutch was there, or obviously my dad during the time, whoever else influenced it, but ultimately it rested on my shoulders.
Well, I also want to ask about this line about more than one TNA source felt Russo's recent promo line about Jerry living vicariously through Jeff was a shoot. Did you ever feel that? Did anybody ever say that to you?
Jerry living vicariously through me?
Yes.
No. I mean, I not saying it wasn't said, but I don't believe that for a second. But I say this, look, we all kind of been well documented here. Why do I not believe that? Because at the end of the day, two alpha males ended up not getting along and getting estranged because he wanted to do it his way.
Yes.
That's the reality. I wanted to do it my way. He wanted to do it his way. ultimately, we butted heads and parted ways, unfortunately, but fortunately, we reconciled. But the reality was, no, he did not live vicariously through me because he wanted to do it.
By the way, the only way last Wednesday's match with Orange Cassidy could have been better would have been if you were kicking him with your dad's special shoes. That would have made it even better. Let's talk about Andrew McManus here. It's in the torch here that he's been talking with you about the idea of promoting some TNA overseas tours. And Wade would even say, once upon a time, there was a feeling that perhaps Andrew was trying to sabotage TNA pay-per-views in Australia. But now it looks like there's an about face here. What was the nature of your relationship with Andrew? Was it good? Was it contentious?
No, it was good. Good. At his very core was a music. Well, he was a promoter,
concert promoter.
Yeah, as just an event promoter. Doesn't have to be just music, whatever it may be. 90% of his shows were music, but he was a promoter, and he saw an opportunity. I kind of want to say when WCW shut down, and WWF was the only game in town. It wasn't just in the television market, but in so many different markets, the action figure market, the video game market, the touring market. There became a void in the marketplace. What's going to fill that void? The pay-per-view industry alone, that was the numbers that I dialed into, how much revenue was created that the cable companies, above everybody else, really looked at it like, we're going to lose all this revenue? It's a boatload. But no, me and McManus, we didn't always see eye to eye, but he wanted to promote wrestling and saw big profit in it, because once he kind of understood it, that it wasn't like a top pop or country or even a legacy act. Those guys, it's such much better margins when you have a music act. Wrestling, he saw a lot of upside, like an enormous amount of upside that he could participate in. So he always looked at it from a business perspective first and foremost.
Let's keep it going here. Let's talk about Sting. Wade would report that there's a better chance than ever that Sting is going to be on a TNA show sometime this year. You, of course, had met Sting in Memphis and then spent a lot of time with him in WCW. Even did some of those WWA shows with McManus with him. But what were your conversations like with Sting? What was his hesitancy? Was it all just getting the money together, or was there more to it than that, at least from his end?
Both. Sting ain't going to leave his house for free, period. But it is not always just about the money for Sting. He wants to feel comfortable. He wants to understand it. He also wants to see an upside. That's always been my relationship. And he's always been so damn just super honest about, no, Jeff, I'm not even going to give you a maybe on the phone call. Let me think about it. And I'm like, come on, I'll call you back as a date. Just as you can imagine, of any promoter talking to any talent. And it was always, let me think on it. The time needs to be right. Just all the different factors. But the money, obviously, always going to be there. But it was just, on his part, I guess, would be he wanted to see how the brand was maturing.
So you think that's what I wanted to ask, because when you said the time is right, boy, you could go with that a million different ways. The time is not right for me personally in my relationship with my wife. The time is not right for me personally with travel with my kids at home. The time is not right for me personally because I'm not in the physical shape that I would want to be in on TV. There's lots of variations of the way that conversation could go. But then there is the other side of the time's not right from, I'm not sure that I want to be in business with your organization yet. Maybe it's not something he takes personally, like he likes you and he likes your dad, but does he really want to sort of hitch his wagon to this? Or need to see a little more? Is that the way you took it? And did you take that as a slight?
No, I took it as a businessman thinking out for himself, which he should. And he was honest about it. It wasn't, hey, let me look out the kid's schedule. Let me find out. He was like, Jeff, things got to be right. Let me think on this. Tell me a little bit more about your company. Tell me a little bit about this. And so, you got to be prepared, one, but you can't a guy like Sting's been around. You can't BS him. And so we would have Matthew Odie, our international agent. Hey, okay, what's an update there? Oh, Australian pay-per-views are coming in, or whatever it may be. We would have different little tidbits of information that would show that the brand is growing.
Let's talk a little bit about another episode that's going to be set up here. It's a main event for the tag titles between Triple X and the New Church. I want to bring this up because this is very much the era where you've got guys who are allowed to work indies and outside appearances freely. I mean, you've been pretty honest about that, hey, we couldn't afford to pay most of these guys a full-time living. So, hey, we're a Wednesday night show. Your weekends are free. Do your thing. However, a guy like Loki and Christopher Daniels, they're going to be making trips to Japan. Is that something does that change things? Because it's not like you can just fly over there for the weekend and come right back. Most of the time, that's going to be a longer trip. What was that process like in this era for those talents who went abroad?
The simple deal was it's all on a case-by-case basis. A guy like Daniels, very, very good in the ring, very, very dependable, can have a match with anybody. He comes to you and says, hey, I'm going to miss 3 Wednesdays, maybe 4. You go, when you can confirm the dates, let us know and we'll work around it. Another guy that maybe just kind of walking in the door, hey, I've got Japan commitments. Thank you very much. There's probably not a lot of upside for us starting you here because you're going to be gone. It's truly a case-by-case basis.
Well said. There is a skit here that's going to happen on the show that maybe feels a little recycled. You get kidnapped on the show.
Oh, Lord. Okay.
Which, of course, Meltzer would say, or Wade would say, it's Russo's writing based off of an old Steve Austin angle. Quote, the Russo group, all wearing masks and army fatigues, kidnapped Jarrett. Rhodes did his cameo, doing one promo and then leaving to find Jarrett. The show ended with Russo in the ring, talking to a masked guy wearing Glenn Gilberti's clothes, and apparently him, but then Gilberti crawled from down the ramp in his underwear. Jarrett unmasked to attack Russo as the show went off the air. Nice swerve here, but maybe a little hokey. Talk to me about this.
Yeah, I remember pictures as in the notes, all that. It's a 2-hour episodic. Where are they going with it? You know, Vince, in a lot of ways, to his credit and to his discredit, you just kind of touched on it. It was a pay-per-view, so we need to make sure we're giving them marquee matches, but you also got to have the episodic nature. So he looked at it as a television show. The opening act or the opening segment is a kidnapping, and we pay it off at the end, and a little bit of a swerve with Gilberti, and we have a fight, and the episodic storytelling's done. Nothing more, really nothing less to read into it other than that.
Did you like this angle, the swerve where it's you got kidnapped and you're actually under the hood at the end?
Yeah, I mean, it's a simple payoff. It's not like I loved it, but I certainly did not like it. I mean, it's I hate to say another episode. It's all in the let me just say that. It's all in the execution.
Well, and let's tell the truth too. I mean, this is something that I think a lot of people forget about, but this is not something where it's like a movie where we had the script and we fine-lined it and drilled it down for the last 3 years. And now we've got our site locations and we're going to shoot a few different takes. We came up with some shit 3 days ago and now we're going to go do it live and hope it works. And then we're going to do it again next week. Like on some level, this is a factory. You're doing 52 of these a year. So maybe it's not going to be Forrest Gump, the greatest movie you've ever seen or whatever. But man, I got to have 2 hours this Wednesday. So we got to do something.
This is what I would tell Mike and Don. I would tell Schiavone. I told Schiavone and Excalibur, their jobs narrating the story. And I just think when you kind of look back on the Attitude Era in JR and the King, the timing of when to talk and when not to talk.
Huge.
Oh, God. Just like our cadence and our rhythm is that a lot of times I feel like I step on you, but in when you do a angle or storyline of Jarrett getting kidnapped, one silly line by Mike or Don completely takes you out of the moment.
Yes.
If you let it breathe and like, you can kind of emotionally go, now, you know, they ain't really kidnapping him. They're going to take him out the back of this building and beat the shit. Whatever. Maybe they're going to go to it. Whatever. It's all in that emotional connection. I mean, not to belabor the point, but the last Outlaw Orange Cassidy match, we kind of took people on an emotional ride that had them laughing and, oh, what's going to go here? And then just, again, the roller coaster. You can do it in a match. You can do it in a segment. You can do it in a show.
The angle where the heels are massacring you as Raven's going to tie you to the ring post and they all whip your back with a belt. It's going to be all cut up with welts. This is the same angle where you unmasked. Wade would say you were not too happy. Quote, Jeff Jarrett was said to be hot over the beatdown angle that was taped for the February 12th show. The attack was said to be violent to the point that Jarrett had major welts left on his back, but that wasn't the reason Jarrett was upset. Multiple sources report that Jarrett felt the SEX wrestlers didn't work him over enough. He was said to be so mad, he didn't even want to talk with Vince Russo after the show. Talk to me about this. Take me back in time, 20 years ago. Listen, they welt you up. There's cuts on your back. You're bleeding. So in an old country whipping match, it feels like we've checked all the boxes, but you're still upset. What gives?
I think my best recollection was pretty simple in that they kidnapped me and I somehow, some way outsmarted them. Reveal. That kind of blows the heat off there, Conrad. Like completely. Throw in a little bit of comedy with Glenn, you know, with Disco coming down the aisle. Okay, that's fine too. If we're going to go that route, I can almost hear me having the conversation with Russo. Then Russo, pal, if we're going to get any heat on the SEX crew, you guys, it's got to get uncomfortable with a lot of folks, including your talent. And they whipped me pretty good, but you can whip somebody pretty good in under 60 seconds. But as far as it resonating at home, you need to beat that baby. Now, it was taught to me. Watch go down in Louisville or Evansville or Lufkin, Texas, or whatever it may be. You can beat a guy down and let him sell for a minute or two, and then you go back and you beat him up a little more, and then maybe get on the mic and talk a little trash, and then you got to go back and beat him up a little bit more, and then act like you're leaving the ring. And then, no, certainly they're not going to do this again. Look at that. And now, because there's been 15 camera shots and welts on the back, you go back again and get it more. And it's one of those times that you got to make the viewer feel, all right, now that's enough. Now that's enough. If you do that all in 60 seconds, the human emotion. Does that make sense, Connie?
You nailed it. What I really like is the way you said uncomfortable. You need them to feel uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And the person who was uncomfortable in this post-match brawl, which went about 10 minutes after the tag title match, is the stage manager. They get knocked out cold when Lee lands on her. Who was the stage manager who got knocked out? Do you remember this? And listen, this is 20 years ago. This is very much in the lawsuit era. Were you nervous that, boy, this could be bad for us?
So Ellen, I don't recall it being like a one of those deliberate, oh no, kind of deals. I don't know that she got like knocked out cuckoo, but I think she took a blow. And she was at ringside. Look, in the asylum, we had people on top of people. That announce desk was really close to the ring. Mike and Don felt like they were on top of the action. You had all kind of audio cables and video cables, and it was a cramp area over there. And as the night would go on, they would continue to kind of lose real estate. So I'm not saying that I was shocked. And then who did they say? Brian Lee landed on her.
Yeah. Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me to this day.
What does that mean?
That's Brian. I'm not saying I'm just saying, and I'm not saying he's reckless, but he probably felt comfortable enough and knew Ellen and knew all the players. I just say, like a lot of us, but Brian didn't always think 2 or 3 steps down the line, to say the least.
Fair enough. It's also reported in the Observer that Amazing Red was slated to win the X title, but at some point, due to his All Japan tour, that was shelved, and the plan was to get the belt to Kid Kash from Sonny Siaki. Is this the era? I mean, because there is it feels like there's a lull. You know, when TNA first gets going, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of other big opportunities out there, but it does feel like there becomes some momentum both in Mexico and Japan. And now some of your talent is going to have more options. Was Amazing Red one of those guys like low key where, hey, we'd love to have you, but if we can't, we can't?
No, I mean, just think about Red going on a 3-week tour with All Japan in 2003. That's the reality. And, you know, it's kind of, I'm not saying All Japan saw Red on TNA and wanted him, but just being kind of in the DNA and things rolling along, the more and more we use talent, the more and more they became attractive to other promoters. Again, we were putting them in episodic storytelling format, and that's how talent get over.
Let's talk a little bit about the way that the business is changing in regards to pre-produced interviews. You said earlier you were trying to make it a point to have guys like BG James have an interview, and then maybe we're going to finish with some physicality. Conan is up next, and Wade had this to say. Conan did what was described as being the most well-prepared interview in the history of the company, as he was studying notes all day. Apparently, he cut a first interview, which was said to be even better than the one that aired, but Jerry Jarrett felt at about 7 minutes it was too long. He did a second shorter but similar one. He brought up racism against Latinos, but his delivery almost made him a babyface doing so, while claiming Jarrett, McMahon, and Bischoff were racist promoters, and there was a lack of Latinos in power. Then bringing up that boxing is largely carried by Latinos on pay-per-view, noting most of the big draws behind Tyson are Latinos. And of course, there is a little bit of irony here because we know eventually Conan would sue TNA over racial discrimination. Conan, man, super talented, a genius mind in wrestling, kind of the hub for a lot of wrestling even to this day. But the idea that you're going to have him on camera saying, yeah, the Jarretts are a racist promoter on your own show. Wow. Talk me through this.
And look, we've gone into detail what I think about Conan and his legacy, and how talented he is with his mind, but as a talent. And yes, I was always marveled at he can create emotion in both languages, both Spanish and English. But this promo, I remember there's certain things I do remember. So I remember this promo or the setting, what Mike is wearing right there when that picture flashed up. It took me back to that time. It was a promo that we wanted to kind of walk that line again, blurring reality. Look, me and my father and others sitting there, producing it, and me and Conan had talked about it, but we wanted to walk down that avenue that at the end of the day, he is the antagonist. And so give us something to rebuttal. And Conan nailed it. Yes, ironic, a couple of years later, but again, it was a promo based on reality. When you kind of look at, God, and we're talking 2003 about the Hispanic audience, how, and in those days it's De La Hoya, and I'm just trying to think of the other big box office attractions in 03 in boxing, but he was spot on. And when you kind of look at the style of wrestling that was coming in, and what we were doing with the X division was a hybrid. It was part lucha libre, part Japan strong style, all that. What he said in the promo was just to me a really, really good professional wrestling heel promo.
Let's talk about somebody else you're going to bring in, not as a heel, but boy, maybe the ultimate sympathetic baby face. He first got a dark match. I guess you guys like what you saw, and now you're going to put Zach Gowan on TV, and he even gets a win over Road Dogg. And of course, Raven attacks him after the win, but still, this is a guy who's, I don't know, just talk to me about this whole Zach Gowan opportunity. I mean, here he is, a one-legged wrestler. A lot of us saw him in his WWF run. Now he's here in TNA. What do you think? What can you tell us about Zach?
I mean, today I'm going to give Zach a shout out. I am so happy for him and proud of where he's at today. In these early days, I always had mixed emotions on coming from my background and territory days and kayfabe and realism and excuse me, how's the audience going to take it? Well, you see him one time and listen to the towel and him doing a moonsault or whatever it may be, and how athletically Zach is. Yeah, I was sold right away, but it was like, how are we going to navigate our way through the storytelling process of Zach with his, physical condition? Who is the right opponent? How will we get there? Again, you do that with any talent, but with something that is so visually enticing, just mesmerizing, how gifted he is. But how are we going to do this justice?
We also see in the torch you're talking to Dale Torberg, who we know from WCW, and Paul London. Was Dale friends with some of the boys? What was the creative, or what was the thinking with Dale?
I mean, me and Dale knew each other from WCW. Vince Russo knew Dale. He knew the Atlanta crew, whoever it may be. He knew a bunch of us. And loves, and to this day he loves professional wrestling. And so again, whether it was Vader or Dusty Rhodes or the Rock and Roll Express or whoever it may be during the Asylum years, we wanted to give him a shot and just let him step up to the plate and let's see what happens, because we had our core and our mainstays, AJ and America's Most Wanted and whoever else in that core group, but we wanted to keep continuing to bring talent in again, opportunity and see what happens.
You want to talk about talent? Boy, our band Don West had a bunch, but he was fit to be tied. There's a little skit here where Russo is going to be ringside and throw water all over him. I don't know that Don was expecting that, and apparently he is pretty upset during and after the show. Do you remember Don being pissed off about Russo throwing water on him?
It would be Don during this era wore his bright silk shirts, and they made him stand out. Look, but when you put water all over one, it doesn't look near as attractive. And I got that. And Don, he came to me a number of times and said, look, if it happens organically, I'm fine with that. But just to throw water for no reason, and I'm like, Don, you're right. It's inexcusable. It's taking advantage of a situation, but that's kind of the nature of it. So how do we fix this? But yeah, OP-Dub, he had a fuse. It was a long fuse, but when he exploded, he exploded.
Let's talk a little bit about Curt Hennig. Unfortunately, he passes away on February 9th. I'm sure you had grown up watching his stuff in the AWA, and then of course that Mr. Perfect run, and then spent some time with him in the WCW locker room. And he had even been a part of some TNA shows with you guys early on. And to see that he passes away so young, man, just awful news. What do you remember about that news?
I know exactly. I could take you to the Cracker Barrel. It's the one me and Vince used to meet at. And back early, I remember text and disbelief. Obviously, I had no idea about the disease of addiction or anything that went with it. It was Mr. Perfect passed away. A guy that, and look, here I'm going to take you back to 86, 87, 89. Winkle came in, and he was the AWA champion, and Nick was in his early 50s, or late 40s, early 50s, through the 80s. So I watched him before Nick Bockwinkel, before I got in the business. And then as I got into the business, I had that one match with him, but watched him and Lawler wrestle and all that. Then all of a sudden, here comes Curt Hennig, and the athletic, just super charismatic and fun to be around and talkative. And, again, a lot of people, when they see Curt or hear Curt's name, and they think Mr. Perfect and all that. But the first lens that I looked at Curt through, he's the son of a wrestler. His dad was too, just like me. So that's how we immediately bonded, just like I bonded with Owen or any other second generation guys. Dustin Rhodes, when I met him out in Texas in 87, 88, just go out. And then you see kind of pictures and images and hear stories of Larry the Axe. And then all of a sudden you see Curt. His athleticism from day one blew me away. And then the match him and Lawler had, and Lawler became champion, and just all that. Then, of course, you see Curt through the years go off. And look, the Mr. Perfect gimmick, I loved it. I absolutely loved the gimmick, the basketball, the vignettes, and all that kind of stuff that Vince knew how to that era, just got talent over. But then, of course, had just my memories of Curt as an in-ring performer, and also a guy that I wrote up down, made up. So when he would come in, a lot of times he would do Memphis and Louisville only. That means after the Memphis show, we'd have to get him back to Nashville, and then he'd go up to Louisville and then fly out, or whatever it may be. But he was always so good to me in the early years, and then later on, and then, just hanging around him. And when we got a chance to, and we've documented this, and bring him into TNA, it just wasn't the Curt I knew at all. But still, with that being said, looking across the table at Vince, getting the news, it was just still kind of shocking and just in disbelief. And, wow, so young. It hit me in a different way. Just did, because I felt like I'd known him, quote unquote, my entire career, which I had.
Let's talk about somebody that you're going to come to know pretty well, the Carter family. They're going to show up prior to the February 12th event. And of course, they own Panda Energy and now the majority share in TNA. And they're going to introduce themselves to the talent. And we're going to do an all hands on meeting where Don Harris is going to remind the wrestlers, don't brawl or do anything near the announcer's desk. We can't lose audio for the show. Of course, Wade would point out maybe the biggest culprit of that had been Russo. And he also says, guys, you're showing too much light when you're in the ring. We need you to work tighter. And that might result in some accidental step shots. Please don't retaliate in the ring. Talk through it backstage after. You've acknowledged before here on the program that you are not a big fan of these big group meetings, but yet they keep happening. What do you remember about the Carter showing up and coming to meet the talent? And do you recall anything about Don Harris basically saying, hey, y'all, snug it up a little bit?
Well, whoever it may be, whether it's Ron and Don or my dad or Bob Ryder, I'm just trying to think, Dixie during this era, whoever, a lot of guys or a lot of people still kind of like those big team meeting settings. As you just said, I've never really thought it's a productive setting. I think it can be, things can be said and maybe taken out of context and not the right message delivered for whatever reason. But hey guys, if you wanted to have the meeting, have at it. I chuckled when I read out of Don Harris saying that. I don't have complete proof. Maybe we'll ask Donnie one day. My gut tells me Donnie's saying, hey, Jeff, do you want me to say anything on your behalf of the meeting? And I'd say, nope. And maybe he went to Bob Ryder or whoever, and he might have gone to my dad. And my dad said, yeah, tell him to tighten it up out there. I've seen too much phony. You know what I'm saying? I can just see my old man saying, boys, I don't want to see daylight. Apologize backstage, but this phony stuff, blah, 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 blah. But that's about the group settings and team meetings and all that. But as far as the Carters coming to town, What month is this? Because
February of 03.
so they came in Labor Day. So we're almost 6 months, Conrad, which I
Yeah.
thought was a long, long time. That's what kind of talked me back. I'm like, man, it took y'all long enough because people they knew Dixie, but it's like Bob and Janet were Mr. his Wizard of Oz. They were the folks in Dallas that they're the ones who stepped up to the plate because whether it's me or my father or Dixie, we would refer to the Carter family or Panda or Bob or whatever it may be. It was great. And look, the whole family they're very charismatic and very, very easy to talk to and personable. Bob, Janice, and Dixie's brother Todd, they've all got some, the kids got Bob and Janice in them, and Bob and Janice have been married forever. But anyway, it was great show, legitimate show of, hey, we're here, and I know as a talent because I've been a talent and am a talent. Okay, that's where the money from. You can connect immediately. It's everyone knew we were in investment mode and that we were not creating black ink. So, okay, where is this dollar coming from? Okay, it's coming from Bob and Janice.
Ready for some great news during the holidays? Just last week, interest rates fell lower than they've been in months. This could be your chance to finally pay off all of your high interest rate credit cards and lower your monthly payments by $500, $600, $700, even $800 a month. But how much can you save? It's free to find out right now at SaveWithConrad.com. And you don't need perfect credit or money out of your pocket, and you even get to skip your next 2 house payments at SaveWithConrad.com. Something else I want to talk about that we touched on earlier, sort of sowed the seeds for. You did a dark match with Zach Gowan. It went well. You put him on TV. He gets a win over Road Dogg. And then Dave Meltzer would say it led to one of the strangest negotiation stories in recent times. Tenacious Z, which is the name that Zach Gowan wrestles under, verbally agrees to a contract on February 14th. For allegedly $52,000 a year as a downside guarantee. This is just 2 days after he had been offered a contract by TNA, this same show, February 12th. Bob Ryder handed him a $500 per shot offer for 26 dates. So 13 grand is the guarantee from TNA, 52,000 is the guarantee from WWE. Meltzer would say this is example number 5,526 of why a promotion needs to have its talent signed before putting them on television. TNA had never been rated before, so they hadn't learned the lesson the hard way. But 20 years of history should have told them this from day one. Behind the scenes, it's written here that Jeremy Borash was a big advocate for bringing in Gowan and thought of all the marketing possibilities, and he helped get to work. Where they got confirmations that the USA Today and People Magazine were both going to do stories on him, as well as an appearance on the Best Damn Sports Show, period. And there was at least preliminary interest in doing something on the David Letterman show. And now, 2 days after you offer the contract, he's gone. He's going to WWE. How frustrated are you when this happens? And I guess who gets the blame, if that's the right phrase?
And I would have taken all the blame because in reality, just what I stated, I was always, where are we going to go maybe after storyline 1 and maybe even 2? A long-term plan. I immediately said, I can't wait to see what Vince does with him. The success story, the personal interest story, everything that goes with it. On Zach's best day, he was going to make $26,000 with us.
Right.
That's the reality. And so for him to get an opportunity, did I hate that it happened for the TNA brand? Absolutely. And I'm sure I'll talk about that. From a personal point of view is this guy's about to go get on a huge stage. And I said it, I said it today and I said it back then. A long-term plan, yes, you can get him in a tag and everything with that, but it's a week in, week out. That's not going to be the easiest talent to create the episodic structure, because there comes a point then the same angle and the same heel and the same protagonist has kind of the same lines and work toward his, I don't even want to call it a disability because dude is unbelievably talented, but his physical situation. But how do you keep going with it? Anyway, I was happy for Zach. I really was.
It's also written that Vader is going to be signing a deal. Quote, the knee injury story from the last Noah tour was a cover story, and apparently he's lost his Japan gig under what can only be called mysterious circumstances. Talk to me about Vader. What did you think of working with Vader more and more in TNA here?
Big Leon, sweetheart of a guy. Obviously, this is 2003. He and I don't have a lot of recollection on the Japan deal and how all that went down, but he was going to be another guy, never a long term, but if we could get him for a 4-6 week program, great. It'd be good for him, good for us, and then kind of move on, and then kind of back to the throwback of the territory days. In 3 or 4 months, if you have another spot for Leon as a one-off, bring him in again. That photo that was just showed, standing side by side at Dusty Rhodes, there's money in that. Just that image of two guys, and Big Leon's going to take care of the dust. And it goes without saying, and that tag team right there, he's going to be all the talk and all the selling, and Leon is going to clean house, and they're going to give him a finish and go home.
This February 12th show, we know that your dad is not there. He's on a vacation that it's written in the Observer that his wife insisted upon. I can't help but wonder, was he not there because he knew Panda was going to be there?
Say that's, I mean, I immediately, knowing what we know now, did he strategically? Then on the other hand, he's done that his entire career. Hey, Lawler, I'm going on vacation. Well, wait, Jerry, I don't care. I've already booked my fishing charter boat for 3 days. I'm leaving. Well, Jerry, I really need you to be here. Hey, man, if you think I'm going to be there, don't hold your breath. It could have gone either way.
Talk to me about the influx of ECW talent. We just talked about how Raven's here, and now all of a sudden Steve Corino and Sandman are going to debut on this same show. Were you just trying to lean into it? You thought maybe, hey, the Raven thing went well, let's do some more? Or maybe if they come in, we can tell some more backstory. I mean, you see in the photo, if you're watching along with us, Sandman debuts wearing a Raven t-shirt. Is it more of a, we need stuff for Raven to do, or something else?
Opinion too much. Raven was kind of the heart and soul of it. And who should we bring in? Familiarity. I'm sure Raven in his pitches to Russo. Hey, what about Sandman? Hey, what about Corino? Both those guys available, both super talented. Let's give it a shot. Again, nothing was going to be long-term other than Raven and Sandman and Corino. And when I say short-term, it could have been a week or a month or 3 months, but long-term storytelling, Raven was our guy. So how do we tell those episodic heartbeats and stories? Guys.
JJ Dillon and Vince Russo are going to appear on this show, and they're going to have a skit together. And frankly, it doesn't go well. Dillon is supposed to be the new babyface commissioner, sort of something he did in WCW, I guess. But Russo is going to come out and allegedly say some quote unquote shoot comments towards JJ Dillon that he wasn't ready for. Do you remember this? And was that par for course with Vince? He liked to, and I'm not saying he's out of bounds. I'm just saying as a creative writer and the guy putting this together, he wanted the more natural reaction. He wanted it to feel more real. Or in your mind, is that a no-no?
Folks, on my world, I'm probably going to show up. I wish I could go back. I just know this. There was legit heat between Vince Russo and JJ Dillon. So was JJ not aware of what Vince was going to say? I kind of doubt it. I kind of think at this stage, we would have, nobody went into this segment with blinders on, but I have a feeling it was probably some pretty riveting stuff that was fun to report about.
Well, there you go. There's also talk in the newsletters that Juventud Guerrera, Psychosis, and Super Crazy are being considered. There's a rumor that maybe you remember some of Juvi's crazy antics and you're not so bullish on that idea just yet. We see that the pay-per-views in Australia are doing around 3,000 to 4,000 buys when you first have Australian pay-per-view. And maybe there's a new influx of income, so we can talk about some other folks coming in. So there's rumors about Sean Waltman returning and New Jack cutting a promo on TNA. And there's even a really cool thing that happens. It's set for March 28th here, 2003. The movie Head of State is going to come out. Maybe you don't recall that one, but Chris Rock is the star. And Chris Rock actually appears on a TNA set, in a TNA ring, in the movie. How in the world does that come to be, Jeff?
Cold email to the office, and we're like, hey, can you film it? And we kind of drilled down onto it, and I went, oh, now it makes sense. They asked the WWE, and WWE wanted no part of it.
Right.
Nope, you can't use our ring. Nope, we can't do this. Nope, we got to control that. And they went, okay, we'll pass. And then they kind of did their research and say, hey, down in Nashville, they're shooting a pay-per-view every Wednesday night. Contacted us. We shot it 15 minutes after we went off the air. People stayed. They were into it. Chris Rock and his entire team were elated that they got what they wanted. And it's you know, as it's off to the races. It was in the movie and a lot of fun. And again, you know, I can't call it a big publicity stunt, but TNA was branded in the movie somewhat.
The Torch would write that the pay-per-view sales are still requiring TNA to run a loss. You're yet to be profitable, so you're naturally still preferring to find a network home for free television. You have been unsuccessful and shut out. They've even been reports. There have even been reports that Fox News, or Fox Sports Network rather, FSN, they might consider it, but you would have to pay to be on their TV. And the pay-per-view buy rates have apparently slipped to the point where there's even a threat and a worry and a wonder that DirecTV might actually cancel you guys off of pay-per-view. But it's said that you guys actually meet with them and the in-demand officials and convince them to, rather than throw in the towel, how about trying to market us a little more? I guess the deal's going to come up in June. Were you nervous that not only are you unsuccessful in finding television, but we might lose our pay-per-view too here? And do you remember this meeting with in-demand and DirecTV?
It was never a deal, because going into it, gosh, it's such a different era when you really think about it. But the Sunday pay-per-views, which were wrestling, Saturdays were boxing, you know, but the replays for wrestling, this is where it's so weird for our audience listening today. Really? Well, the replays were not on, they were Tuesday. So what's the best night of the week? On Thursday nights, in demand and direct and dish, they wanted folks to sit down and buy a movie. God, I feel like I'm talking about something in like black and white television. But Wednesday night was a easy night for them. Very, very, very little bandwidth of anything they did. And they could market us if they had an event on Sunday, but they would market us Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then they really wouldn't market us again to the following, you know, Sunday-ish, and then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I was never, I don't think those ever got this. One we want to throw in there, as we were, you know, the cash flow, and we're still inside a year. I mean, we launched in June, and now we're 9 months in. But the Australian pay-per-view, and I can remember thinking, we did 2,000 or 3,000 on our first one, and maybe it got up to 4, but still, you take the entire country of Australia, it's minuscule compared to the pay-per-view audience in the United States. Had we extrapolated out in America like we did in Australia, Conrad, it would have been an entirely different story, but it wasn't. But still, a little growth in revenue from Australia. You know, our numbers, they are what they were, but that was the reality. We were never, to my understanding, I was, and I would have known, we were never in serious consideration. Wednesday night live.
Well, there are some other names that we should at least mention that are floating around here. You're going to debut a new character called Disgraceland, which is former WCW wrestler Luther Biggs, who Wade would say For those of you who are interested in obscure trivia, this is the guy that Kevin Nash stole the big sexy name from. I have to admit, I've never heard that, but Wade wrote it here in 2003. And the gimmick is that Glenn Gilberti is introducing stupid gimmicks as entertainment. So he's horribly out of shape, and his gimmick is he's the real Elvis, and he's going to keep eating peanut butter sandwiches while missing moves. What in the world are you doing here?
Let's move on. No, I mean,
we got Vader and Dusty Rhodes teaming up against the Harris brothers. Eric Watts is going to be coming into the company. I mean, it feels like this is almost like a fever dream. It's like if you just put every name of every wrestler on Cage Match into a hat and pulled them out, we're just going to see what we can put together. But when it's all shook out, Bob Armstrong quits. The Observer would say he was making $300 a show, and he felt like he deserved a raise. He asked for $350 a show. Wanted an extra $50, and you and your dad told him to go kick rocks. So Brian and Scott, his sons, may have also quit, but perhaps it wasn't related to that, according to the Observer. Dave would say they were all at the show on February 19th, but they walk out together in the afternoon and go home. My goodness. What do you remember about this?
I wish I could recall if Bob Ryder delivered that news or Jerry Jarrett or I did, but I do remember I had a strong sense leading up to that Wednesday, the prior Wednesdays, Bob was tired of making that drive.
Yeah.
I mean, just from Pensacola to Nashville and back.
A long way.
Look, he was tired of it. And I don't really think it's about the $50. And with us being in a deficit, you know, he knew he wasn't going to get that. I truly believe that. And had he got it, I think he still would have kept it.
I mean, in fairness to your point, it's a 13, 14 hour round trip for him in the car.
Yeah.
And he's getting up there in age. And I mean, you ain't got to do all that.
Yeah. And it wasn't Brian and Scott. None of the three of them were making enough money for them to they're vets. They had done their time and they were tapping out.
The Torch would also write that perhaps one of the problems you're having with your pay-per-view companies is because of your price point. The idea being, because your show is $9.95 and it's a rev share, this is considered sort of second rate, even to something like World Wrestling All-Stars, the WWA show that McManus ran, because he charged $20. So is this a perception is reality thing, do you think, with the pay-per-view companies? On the one hand, I know where you're thinking. Let's make it affordable for fans. Let's give a lot of value, and let's make it consistent, because we're not just going to ask for $20 every now and again. We're going to ask for $10 every week. It's not like McManus was running 2 pay-per-views a month. So in the long run, sure, if you have ardent TNA fans who are buying every week, you're going to make more money. The opposite side of that argument is, well, we're only making $5 every time we sell one of your pay-per-views. Did you ever consider that a negative?
Well, yes. The short answer is I could get so long-winded on the amount of time that we contemplated going just to $14.99. And that would be, in reality, another $2 and change for us per buy. Does that affect our bottom line that much? And so Panda, us in Nashville, just kind of that debate, even with the pay-per-view companies, is it worth the juice? You know, there was a lot of discussion about that. Does it send a different message, good or bad? Yeah. So Conrad, over and over and over and over and over. Yes. We had
let's talk about Jimmy Yang. It comes in here that he's sent home because he refused to sign a one-night contract. Maybe he's thinking there's a non-compete in the contract. Is this one-night contract stuff, is this born out of the whole Zach Gowan circumstance?
No, it's a release. And I think that's why I don't remember Jimmy, but I'm not saying it wasn't him, because we had several that would say, I'm not signing anything. And we're going to say, well, you're not going to work if you don't at least sign a release. Well, I don't want to read all this. Y'all going to put something, well, okay. And then Bob would go off on the guy. They would go word for word and say, do you see anything that you're contractually bound after you leave the ring tonight? I mean, that was the era we were living in. We are not going to sign anything to anybody because, again, help me out with this. In 2003, it was OVW. Was Deep South and FCW up and running by then? I think they were.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, so WWE had quite a bit of developmental going on, and everybody wanted their shot. And yes, Mexico and Japan, and to the lesser degree Europe, but nobody wanted to be contractually obligated to anybody in case WWE called.
Let's talk a little bit about Mike Tyson. It comes out that you and Jeremy Borash went to see Mike Tyson fight in Memphis on February 22nd. Were you there to try to see if maybe you could have a conversation, or are you there just because, hey, it's in my home state, I'm a big sports fan, how many times is Mike Tyson going to fight here?
It wasn't to talk to Mike. It wasn't because I'm a big boxing fan. It was strictly to have conversations with the pay-per-view providers in a non-business,
Got it.
It was just a smoosh fest. Let's go talk to them. We're relaxed and that. That was.
Talk to me about this Vader Dusty Rhodes match. We saw a picture of them earlier. I mentioned they wrestled the Harris boys. They don't win. The Harris boys are going to be protected. I guess they do win, but it's a DQ. And it's written here that the twins are Jeff's friends. And the feeling is, since they lost to Chris Harris and James Storm the previous week, they didn't want them losing pinfalls in 2 straight weeks. Listen, I understand that sounds good in the newsletter. I'm not arguing with Wade on what he believes happened. But it would be really hard for me to imagine that one of the Harris boys had a problem laying down for Dusty Rhodes. My goodness.
My gut tells me Leon liked Ron and Don, and Dusty loved Ron and Don. So I don't know what happened in the following weeks, but I can hear Dusty essentially saying, we don't need to beat them. That ain't going to get us anywhere. You beat them last week. Don't worry. We don't need to beat them. Matter of fact, that may hurt the rhythm of where we're going with this.
Meltzer's going to write a lot about the state of the finances of the company. He's going to say that if they're doing between 7,000 and 10,000 buys every week, they're taking in 40 grand a week, but the shows are costing about 80 grand a week. So if you add in another 16,000 a month from Australia and a few thousand at the live gate, you're probably losing somewhere between $30,000 to $45,000 every week. Is that the way you remember that? That you were
so 80 to 100 with the expense and the revenue 40 to 60ish. But look, if we're going to drill down into March, I don't know, but I do remember this. Specifically, multiple conversations. If we're losing 25 a week, that's just a little over $1 million a year if you extrapolate it out. And that's worst case scenario. Those kind of numbers on an investment, when you hear electric power plant numbers, it's pennies. Is it real money? To do that? Yes. But if you're going to invest and you're over there looking at the only organization in the marketplace, the WWE publicly traded, I could remember, if we can create 1/10 of their revenue in managed costs, it wasn't a massive investment. And so again, the building blocks, that's what made everyone that was involved in these days. When you start turning a profit on the spike days, it's like it was month after month after month that on that train going uphill, and then in that investment mode. Once we started making money and became profitable, it was such a sense of victory, if for the lack of a better word, that okay, the little engine that could finally kind of persevered through all this. But we did our best. You said it earlier. Jeff was wearing 4 or 5 hats. Jeremy Borash, it goes without saying, he did the exact same thing. There was a lot of folks that wore a lot of hats in these asylum years eras. And I think hindsight's 20/20, but looking back on it, the fans knew that. They kind of knew our tight-knit organization were out there busting their ass week in and week out.
Well, it wasn't the best time of year for Vince Russo. We're going to have a skit here. It's a pre-taped segment where Tenay is going to interview Russo at a desk, and Russo is going to announce that he's retiring because wrestling has taken too big of a toll on his family. Between WCW and now having to deal with Jarrett, he can't handle it anymore. Quote, I'm 41 years old, and I look at a guy like Curt Hennig. I don't want to not be here tomorrow and have lost all the time with my kids. This is not an angle. This is me doing the right thing, stepping up to the plate, and living up to my role as a father. The trouble is, it is an angle, and you're using the real-life tragedy of a guy who used to work here, who a lot of the guys in the locker room were friends with, passing away just like 10 days prior. This feels
ugly.
Not good.
Yeah.
How did it air?
Good question. Bad decision making, I think, is this. How did the answer to your question, Conrad, would be bad decision making?
Well, there's nothing on your part, you're saying.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not the only one, but I'll speak for myself. I would assume Vince would probably say, kind of bad decision making, but I'm not going to speak for him. You know, I mean, certainly, hindsight, again, you just look at it and go, we could have told the same story without saying that.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
We were trying to tell a story with Raven and Sandman. It's a Clockwork Orange match. Raven's going to throw Sandman off the rafters through 6 tables, and then he's going to call you out. And during the course of all this, Sandman accidentally knocks the Raven's Nest sign on top of a young fan, and it really cuts this kid open. Of course, Sandman feels horrible about it. Nobody wants anybody to be injured at a wrestling show, much less a kid. Do you remember this?
I do. And look, that shot hey, hats off, Marcus Production. Those guys busted their ass. And I mean, look, it's not for everybody. You know, Ravens Clockwork Orange, House of Fun match, and everything that went with it. But look, Jim, accident, messed up, careless, whatever. Yeah, the kid. But I mean, it all ended up fine. Again, just kind of a different time, different venue. But that balcony is a balcony, and they're going down below. But the people in the that's where my whole point of this is, man, the folks that came to the asylum, what shows they got. And I know we could go down to the Auditorium or the Mid-South Coliseum or the Omni in Atlanta or any venue that you kind of got an emotional connection to. But in 2002, 3, 4, if you saw shows at the asylum, see, in a way, not too much of a throwback, but see a Raven Sandman kind of hardcore match. It was good. It was good.
Dusty Rhodes is going to come out and do a promo here, and he's going to say Jarrett asked him to speak about the new generation of wrestlers, the quote-unquote sons of famous daddies. And he's going to ask 3 new characters here on the program, David Flair, Brian Lawler, and Eric Watts, to come to the ring. What did you think of this idea, making a faction out of these second-generation guys, David Flair, Eric Watts, and Brian Lawler?
Kind of booking the obvious. But when you look at that image right there, those 3 guys couldn't be more different. Other than their fathers all doing the same profession, all 3 are really, really different guys and definitely different talent. But again, trying to look at the roster top to bottom, you've got 3 guys and they all had their certain talents. Let's give it a shot. Let's see how it works out.
Well, you're giving a lot of shots here, including one to Hacksaw Jim Duggan. He's going to pin Mike Sanders. Mike Sanders is thinking he's going to have an enhancement match here, and his eyes bug when it's actually Jim Duggan. Don West reacts like crazy. You would be convinced that Don West is the biggest Hacksaw Jim Duggan mark in history, according to the Torch. D'Lo Brown is also going to make a debut here. He's going to be involved in that hubbub with Dusty Rhodes and the sons of famous daddies, and he's going to cut a promo. I mean, listen, I hate to analogy that you're just trying to throw a bunch of shit against the wall and see what sticks, but that's kind of the way it feels, right?
But I mean, yeah, throw, but also make it entertaining. If they're paying, again, if you're paying your $10, you're going to see a Dusty Rhodes. You're going to see a Vader. You're going to see an episodic storyline where Jeff gets captured and comes back and then gets the hell beat out of him. Oh, you're going to see D'Lo, and then you're going to see, oh wow, there's Brian Lawler and Eric Watts and David Flair, and it's the juggling mix. Do we give them 2 hours of the X Division? No. Do we give them 2 hours of a Conan scathing reality-based? No. But the formula of any good wrestling show is diversity, and give them a little bit of something, but make sure you send them home where it's something that's so good they want to come back next week. And that's easier said than done.
We sent them home that day talking about the finish. You got Raven and AJ Styles, and you're involved here, and it comes down to AJ and Raven, and there's 2 referees, and they're going to count 3 at the exact same time, and you're going to ask from the rampway, who won? And the show goes off the air. And Wade would say it was a bad finish for a pay-per-view, but in the interest of being episodic, that's exactly what you want, right? You want them to tune in next week and see what happened.
Again, the juggling act. And to take a couple of steps way back from everything. In the early formative years, yes, we want to create revenue, but we also knew we had to create. I mean, there's just no secret about it. Like to draw today's analogy, when you watched Saturday night's House Rules event in Troy, Ohio, Darby Allin and Orange Cassidy, 2 homegrown guys, they tore the house down. We were in the kind of the same position. How do we make AJ Styles and a few others, but how do we really, okay, so we were going to tease him with Larry Zbyszko. Okay, let's face him up against Jeff or Raven or whatever it may be. But it's all in those building blocks of creating the brand's own talent. And that is not easy, but you got to stay the course.
Well, you got to stay the course even when maybe this was an accident. Maybe it was intentional. There's a moment on the show everybody's going to be talking about between Lollipop and Hollywood. Lollipop has her top ripped off by Hollywood. They're going to keep going, and no one's going to cover up. So there's exposed breasts here. And the Torchwood report that the company had long talked about exposing breasts on one of their events, and then, well, it happened. We know for sure that even though Bruce has denied it, Miss Jackie planned on that UK pay-per-view to have her shirt ripped off and be exposed, and she was. And we know in 1998, Sable did the handprint thing on the Fully Loaded pay-per-view, and that was all planned as well. Was this a planned spot, or was this an accident that we just leaned into? Talk to me about this.
I wish I could. My gut tells me it was planned.
Okay.
It's pay-per-view. We had built kind of a cat fight storyline. Conrad, these 2 ladies were not seasoned vets. So my gut tells me that it was a planned spot. It's just kind of that simple. I
hate to be that guy, but how do you ask for that? I mean, is this?
And do you know who my gut tells me produced this without having any recollection of like who actually did this?
Love to hear.
Who do you give me 1 or 2 guesses? Jeremy Borash, Bob Wright, Vince Russo. I don't know if Dutch was there during this time, but I'm just trying to give you some names to throw out there.
I think most people would assume that it would be a Vince Russo idea.
Yeah.
But
my gut, Jerry Jarrett produced it.
See, to that,
and here's why. Because look, people don't look. I mean, he loved to do outlandish stuff, and in the context of a cat fight / bar fight.
Hang on now, Jeff. Though we just talked a few weeks ago, or maybe at this point it was a few months ago.
Yeah,
about how your dad took issue with some of the coarse language on the show
Yes.
and talked to the folks and put his foot down. And then we got little people whacking off in trash cans, and now we got naked boobs. Like, that's hard for me to reconcile.
Well, so let's not put it all in. The language is gratuitous. I think that is one bucket. The midget in the trash can, that is. If you ever went to a nightclub, did you ever see a midget pop out of a trash can?
I did not.
Never. When you're producing a TV show and you have standards and practices, you know what you can and can't get by with. So why go gratuitous? If you were to see a bar fight and two guys started duking it out, and then they got pulled apart, and then they went at it again, then they got pulled apart and went at it again, and so everybody went back to dancing and playing music and all this. And at about 2:30 in the night, things kind of went down. And one guy's girlfriend showed up to pick him up, and words were said. And then all of a sudden, oh, no, you didn't. Oh, no, you didn't. Two ladies hooked it up. Do you think there's a chance that some flesh might be seen?
Yes.
That's how my dad would look at it.
So did y'all ever consider, like, maybe there's a skirmish and then one guy pulls a gun on? Oh, y'all did that too. Yeah. So.
I knew you'd come back with a good one.
It's hard for me to imagine that. I don't know. Listen, and here's the thing too. I just know today.
I love doing this podcast with you. You never know what you're going to get.
No, you don't. This podcast with you is like a Forrest Gump box of chocolates analogy. But legitimately, and I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to learn. I struggle with the idea that a man is going to go talk to two ladies.
Yeah.
These days in 2023, this could never happen.
No.
And it's like, okay, we're going to have some physicality, and then I need one of you to let them things out. Like, what? How can we do that?
Can you imagine Jarrett talking to his, we'll call it number 2 guy in Bill Dundee, and saying, hey, Bill, here's what I think's going to draw the most money and really make you the most money. Do you mind if
we shave your wife's head? Yeah, I knew you were going to go.
What? Think about that.
But see, here's the thing. I could see then what your dad, I wasn't there, but I imagine when your dad made that pitch, he now put the onus on Bill to go sell it to his wife. Honey, do you want me to do as well as I can in this territory? Yes. Honey, do you want us to make as much money for our family as we can? Yes. Honey, would you want to see me succeed and us have the best lifestyle we can? Yes. I mean, like.
So let me back up. Here's how I think that went down from Dundee. Jerry, hell no. I'll do anything for you, but there is no choice. Bill, do you mind if I talk to her? Hell, go right ahead.
I mean, listen, I almost wish that was here to give us an impression of your dad talking to those ladies.
You think you can get him to do that on the next episode?
Well,
just ask him diplomatically.
Have you girls ever been in, like, like a cat fight? Where one girl's upset at another girl. Maybe you girls haven't, but you have some friends, and maybe, they got together and they started pulling each other's hair and, scratching at each other. And maybe it was on the lake, or maybe it was on the beach, and they had their swimsuits on, and well, Lord, in the fight, sometimes when things happen and people are pulling and tussling, and well, goodness gracious, things could come out and be revealed. And we like to lean and err on the side of realism here in TNA. That's total nonstop action, ladies, just so y'all know. Anyway, if y'all could have what looks like a real fight, and if y'all were wearing, like bikini tops, do you think in the course of a real fight between you two ladies, would maybe a top be removed partially? Maybe,
That's it, pal.
And I can just imagine Russo around the corner. Bro, did you sell them on the titty spot? Well, you know. What are we doing?
What are we doing here?
Let's start to put a button on some of this. Chris Sobel is going to be relieved of his duties by Panda Energy. Not only is he no longer overseeing TNA, he's no longer working for Panda. Dixie Carter is in. You've talked about it from the jump. This guy was not necessarily a person you enjoyed dealing with. He was a little rough around the edges and was certainly here to look out for the Panda money, but wasn't really interested in what was best for TNA, et cetera, et cetera. So when he's gone, hate to speak of people losing their job like this, you have to see this as a net positive for you and your company, no?
Conrad Thompson, I had a revelation.
Okay.
One of the things that I literally do, I mean, obviously we get great feedback on the pod and everything, but I love doing it. But I have never looked at the Chris Sobel situation like I looked at it the last couple of days. And I may be totally off base. I may be totally just getting in a rabbit hole that has nothing. But I've said over and over on this show that he rubbed me wrong, everybody wrong. He was so arrogant and condescending and didn't give a crap what. Okay. But there would be times during that I'm going, he's just doing what Bob wants. I like Chris because Chris and me had many a pleasant conversations. But my God, okay. So with that all being said, what is the best way to put your daughter in power?
I understand.
Do you think, Conrad? I've literally, because Sobel out, and when I heard he was no longer, he wasn't going to be coming to Nashville anymore. He was out of Dallas. He was gone from Panda. That shocked me.
Yeah.
I mean, it really, I lost his job. That shocked me, and I was like, oh, wow. But then, okay. Dixie Carter making place. Looking back on it, you got to go self.
That's how Dixie got inserted into TNA.
Read the notes.
Yeah. It's amazing.
How about that?
The next week, we've got Duggan. He's going to come back, and he's looking for a tag team partner to take on Glenn Gilberti and Mike Sanders. Who else but Moondog Spot in 2003. Also in 2003, D'Lo Brown is going to team up with Dusty Rhodes to beat up the sons of Flair, Watts, and Lawler. Raven and AJ are in the main event ladder match. Raven's going to get the win to earn the NWA title match, but there's a bigger issue after. Raven goes right to the Atlanta emergency room. Apparently, he had a cut from the week prior where he bladed himself too deep, and the cut wouldn't close. So he's bleeding excessively, even during indie appearances, because it just will not close, to the point he's going to need a plastic surgeon to cosmetically repair it. And the second cut gets opened up here on the ladder match on the 19th, but it happens the hard way when AJ hits Raven with the handle side of a trash can cover. This is not good when guys have to go to the ER to get some treatments for cuts. Did you ever have to get a cut cosmetically repaired or closed professionally?
Nope. Never. But I remember in general, it got really serious. When you're a week out and that thing ain't healed, dude, you've got serious issues.
We should also mention that the March 12th show is the highest drawing TNA pay-per-view to date. So while we can act like, man, they're throwing a lot of names in here, it's working. The numbers are up. DirecTV is encouraged. But on the 19th, talk about bad timing. President Bush is, going to have some Saddam Hussein news where he gave a time limit to Saddam to leave Iraq. It expires. That's all over the news. America's about to be at war. So we're probably less interested in what Raven and AJ are going to do with the ladder.
I don't know how many Wednesdays, not consecutively, but during this Gulf War and not Gulf War, during the invasion, during this time frame, it seemed like it happened on Wednesdays. Different bit, not like small news bits, massive breaking news. It's going to be on every network television. I mean, it was big stuff. I know when they tore the statue down, either that happened that Wednesday morning or anyway, Wednesday afternoon. A lot of stuff happened on Wednesdays. We can look back in time 10 years ago. A lot of people, with a lot of unrest going on now and the stuff in Afghanistan last year, but this was some major political stuff going on.
Well, there's no politics involved when you sit down to do one of these sit-down interviews with Mike Tenay. You're going to dismiss all the challengers, including D'Lo and David Flair and Eric Watts and AJ Styles. And it's made clear that you're not going to be on the show tonight because you've got a charity appearance that would prevent you from being on the show. And when Tenay brings up Vince Russo, you get emotional. Fast forward to the actual show. Eric Watts is in the ring with the other sons, Brian Lawler and David Flair. And he's pointing out, man, I just want to be Jeff Jarrett's friend. The lights go out. When they come back on, you're there, surprise, and you crush him with a chair. And then you cut a promo on everybody, AJ, Raven, Gilberti, Killings. And then D'Lo comes out and asks for a shot. And somehow Gilberti is going to offer D'Lo a chance to join SEX in exchange for a title shot. And D'Lo accepts. What'd you think of this lights on, lights off, the lights off, lights on reveal? That's been done a lot in wrestling. I think it was first probably popularized, at least in my lifetime, in ECW. Are you a fan of that idea or no?
It can be. I know in WCW in the dying days, I felt like it just can be overdone. It is super effective when done, when it hadn't been done in a while, and the right reveal. Because darkness just creates the anticipation. The lights coming on. So and if you can let it be out more than a heart, not too long, it works magically.
Well, something else that worked magically is Dusty Rhodes versus David Flair. That's a real match that happened, folks. Dusty Rhodes versus the son of Ric Flair. They went 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Dusty gets the win after a cowbell shot. Afterwards, Lawler is going to attack Dusty and take back the NWA title belt that David had, quote unquote, stolen from his dad. And if you're wondering, yes, this was the actual 10 pounds of gold, the one that Hunter actually has on his wall now. Arguably the most famous belt in the history of wrestling, and it's here at the Nashville Fairgrounds. Who would have thought?
Conrad, how about that for them belt collectors out in the world?
Unbelievable stuff here. After the match, we got Ron Killings and the debuting Mabel coming in. Just lots of moving parts here, including Perry Saturn. Perry Saturn is going to debut alongside the New Church and Sandman to take on Triple X and the Harris Brothers. Lots of momentum here, and Jeremy Borash would actually point that out in his weekly column. He would jump online and write basically a commentary. He effectively, quote unquote, squashes the rumors that if TNA was to secure a broadcast deal, which they're close to, it's not going to do away with pay-per-view. Those shows will support the weekly pay-per-views. Of course, the newsletters say there's just no way that's the case. The Torch would say D'Lo Brown and Don Harris needed stitches after taking chair shots from Jeff Jarrett at the end of the pay-per-view, and that it appeared that D'Lo lowered his head at the last second, causing him to take the chair shot on the top of his head. And afterwards, he would say, "I'm just pissed that my white shirt got messed up," and everyone laughed. When you have an errant chair shot like this and there's blood,
not good.
What's protocol?
It depends on it. Said I got both of them. I mean, things it happens so many times. I don't know if I don't like to say I'm reckless. I'll lay it in. Reckless. I don't. Not saying I've never been reckless, but it happens. I don't know. To get both guys in one segment, that's awful.
Well, so was Bart Gunn. He shows up at this show. He's backstage hanging out with a bunch of the wrestlers, but apparently rubs a lot of them the wrong way with his quote unquote arrogance. Apparently he only said hello to a few of the guys, which others took as him being too good to talk to everyone. I know that's the old school way of thinking, but I also could see where hey, maybe you want to stay out of the way and not interfere. These are guys at work. I don't want to be a bother. I could go either way on that. What say you?
Bart, I mean, the nicest guy in the world. I mean, and didn't want to be disrespectful would be my take. And look, he probably came in after the show had started. He doesn't want to interrupt the show flow. Bart's always been a pro.
Our topic today is the 1 year anniversary of TNA. We've got so much time talking about, how you got started with TNA. And now here we are talking about the 1 year anniversary. My goodness.
Can you believe it, Conrad? We have done the startup of TNA.
Yep.
We have done, the different anniversaries. We've done Bound for Glories. When the notes were sent to me, I'm thinking to myself, we had to have covered, because this was year one before we even named it Slammiversary. And obviously we haven't. So as we dive in today, the ins and the outs, Russo, Jeff Hardy, Sean Waltman, of course, Sting, my father, the different ingredients, the ups and downs, a name that we hadn't talked about here, this whole story, Hattori from New Japan. There is just the 1 year milestone. I'm surprised we hadn't covered this. So I was just looking the other day, Conrad, on some of the rankings of our episodes that brother Dave Green. But it's people love for us to talk about TNA. So for those that don't like TNA subject, I apologize. But man, this has a little bit for everybody. But this 1 year milestone, Conrad, it was something that from an internal mindset, it was a milestone that we all recognized. I think the biggest anniversary shows that I've been a part of through my career that really celebrated things in a way like WWF, they don't really celebrate a yearly thing, and WCW never did either. But Puerto Rico, their anniversary shows, didn't they just have their 50th? But I mean, it's a big deal. So for us at TNA, when we were creeping up on that year, there was a chatter and buzz on how are we going to do this, and we kind of all came together collectively in our mindset on the weekly pay-per-views. Said, hey, let's build towards something and make this a blowout show for the month of June. But this was the precursor to Slammiversary.
I'm excited to talk about it. We should sort of just catch everybody up where we are. You're going to finish up the month of June with Glenn Gilberti. Or that's actually the first pay-per-view of June in our main event, the former Disco Inferno. And you're still in the middle of working stuff with Raven, and he's going to be backstage and do an interview with Goldilocks. And he's basically going to compare you to David Hasselhoff and says that you have both beat the odds. Neither one of you have any talent or charisma, but you've somehow deluded yourselves into believing you're responsible for the success of the shows you've been on. I love a David Hasselhoff shout out here. Raven's always been an underrated promo. I think he's doing some stuff with MLW these days. How was it, these promos with Raven? I mean, is he coming up with his own stuff here? Is Russo helping him with some stuff? What do you recall?
I would, when I read the notes, I would imagine that'd been on one of those cart rides.
Yes.
Back and forth from Nashville to Memphis. And a lot of the very best stuff kind of comes out of it. So, Russo and Raven making the trip up, it does sound very Ravenous, but also I can hear Vince kind of conjuring that up. But so Hasselhoff, he was Baywatch. I was trying to think all of his anyway.
Baywatch was the hot thing at the time for sure.
That's what he was referring to, right?
Well, and perhaps Knight Rider, but really the star of Knight Rider was Kit, and the star of Baywatch was Pam Anderson.
Okay.
So I guess he's saying the star of your show is everybody else or the guitar.
Yeah, I got you.
Which makes me laugh. That's pretty fun. Don Harris is scheduled to team with Ron Killings, but he's going to say that he won't team with someone of his kind. So fellow SEX member Elix Skipper was asked what he meant. Harris said he meant Killings is always playing the race card whenever anything goes wrong. And Elix seemed content with this answer. We just recently saw some photos where Elix Skipper was visiting some folks at the Impact taping last weekend in Atlanta. Are you surprised that Elix Skipper didn't stick with wrestling longer? I mean, I know he walked away from it, but that dude, I could just imagine he could be a player today. I'm not saying necessarily in ring. I mean, I don't know how long he could have kept that style going, but I would like to see Elix Skipper get his flowers and maybe somebody do something with him. Were you surprised we didn't see much more with him?
For sure. And a gym conversation, I got a couple of folks that are podcast listeners in the gym, and they were like, "Oh my God, I hadn't seen Elix." And my buddy said, you know what's a shame is that Elix is really remembered only for that kind of tightrope walk and Don West's call, and it's like that was as if that was Elix's kind of only high spot. You look at Elix's body of work in TNA, him and Daniels were really good. And yeah, low key, yes, Triple X is what they're called. But Elix, on the one hand, I wish he would have stuck with it. On the other hand, he obviously did what was best for Elix. And when you look in the era of professional wrestling, it's really almost right before social media and right before or as it was breaking, but independent wrestling in the 2000s to 2010ish, Conrad, it just, you look at Cardona out there killing it, and he's and others that have a full-time living off independent wrestling from WCW closing down till, I don't know, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. It was tough. So Elix was in that time frame. He obviously made a decision to go make a full-time living and not kind of scratch and claw. And my hat's off to him for doing that, really. But great to see him on social media being there and all the photos that were taken and the shout outs. And I don't even know if you saw this one, Conrad, but AJ Styles commented on somebody's, and I'm thinking, good for AJ. Those were, you never forget these days that the scratching, the clawing. None of us were making money. We didn't really, nobody was like 100% convinced we were going to be around a month or two, let alone a year, let alone 21 years. But yeah, it was great to see Elix on social media.
Let's talk about the next segment here on the show. After that match, where we certainly had some race stuff at hand, then we're going to see James Storm and Chris Harris beat Conan and BG James. But then it's an in-ring interview where Goldilocks is going to interview Kid Kash and Trinity in the middle of the ring. Kash does not like Goldie's line of questioning, so he slaps her. Yeah, Kid Kash slapped Goldilocks on the show. Eric Watts is going to make the save. My goodness, man. Race stuff, hitting girls. This is this Vince Russo trying to push the envelope and let's be edgy and let's do stuff you can't see on TV and let's be the alternative? Or
I don't have specific exact recollections, but I can, and I have heard, bro, it's pay-per-view. You got to do stuff that you can't see on TV. So just what you the topics, when you look at I'll call it the asylum years and the different things we tried, failed on a lot. Some things clicked, some things didn't. But on this, this build up in, June as we approach it, that was pushing the envelope. And as we say on here a few times, it just didn't age well. It just like, did we really get an ROI out of that? I'm not sure.
The main event, of course, is you pinning Glenn Gilberti in 13 minutes and 45 seconds. Russo is going to hit Disco with the baseball bat for the finish. Is it a little predictable? Did you guys ever seriously consider, what if we did put the title on Disco for a minute?
No, I don't think we ever considered it, but we wanted to work a good match. The thing that let me think about an example, because Conrad, we have talked about this over the last couple of years. Like when the public votes on you, they vote on you in a lot of ways, and sometimes it takes. It never turns around. Other times it's a slow process. Sometimes it can, an angle can click, but for the most part, Glenn had been the Disco Inferno for 8 years on WCW, years and years and years.
Yeah.
So you drill down a small fraction of that audience being the TNA audience. And as much as we were trying, it was, and Glenn's a hell of a worker. I think some people may or may not dispute me, but he's got timing. He's got athleticism, not afraid to be a heel. But it just never got over the hump. So no, Conrad, the answer to your question is I don't think we ever believed that, knowing where we were going. And look, the AJ Styles being the first ever Triple Crown, just the direction of the company. No, we weren't considering that, but it was it was a main event or one of the main events on one of the episodes.
Let's talk about the next week. Mike Tenay is going to interview Disco in the middle of the ring, and he's going to try to explain why Russo hit him with the bat last week. He's going to bring up stories of pretending to like Russo's bad booking ideas in WCW. The crowd starts chanting boring, which maybe throws off Disco's concentration, according to Wade and the Torch. And then Russo charges the ring, hits Disco with the bat again, and yells, "F you, Glenn." Of course, he didn't censor himself. Man, this is another example of that. We're on pay-per-view. I'm curious, is this the time when your dad, or another time when maybe your dad is throwing his hands up like, Jeff, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
And I would have that. I think so many times language, this is obviously subjective in my personal opinion, but an FU, it just doesn't get over. It doesn't add to the segment. But look, it's not like it's the first time Vince had tried something like that, or wasn't going to be his last, but it wasn't, it just didn't, it's again, trying to do something, whether it's language, the male on female, any of that stuff. But it was trying to do things that you quote unquote wouldn't see on TV.
I actually go the other way with it. I remember really thinking it added to the realism. Not that if you heard it all the time, you wouldn't get desensitized to it. I do agree with that. But I think sprinkled in here or there, it does add to the realism. I mean, I think that's what I always look for as a fan, is the stuff that makes me say, okay, I know it's all just a show, but now this is real. And if you and I had a falling out in real life, which we never will because we're best friends forever, amen, and roll tide. But if we did, I don't think it would be, I am mad at you. I'm going to kick your butt. I do not like you.
Yeah.
Gee willikers. It wouldn't be that. We'd have some foul language going back and forth. So I like it every now and again. And I think AEW at times has done a good job with it. Once upon a time, they started letting a word here or there fly. And then maybe they got a little too liberal with it, and it did take away some of the effect. But like at an old ECW show, I'll never forget a promo I heard Shane Douglas cut. I think it was CyberSlam 99. And he just went off on Just Incredible. And it felt real. Now, I don't think he can do that every time. But sprinkled in, I'm for it. And I understand there's a consequence to that if it turns off your advertiser. If it affects your money, if I can say bad words and make less money, or not say bad words and make more money, I'm going to clean myself up. I'm going to censor myself. So I get why, from a businessman standpoint, you would say that. But as a fan, I can say it adds to the realism for me.
You know what, Conrad? I think context is king.
Yes.
And the delivery of the curse word, if you will, or the foul language, I think it has, and I think this is so much in facials, and I think a lot of times I'll call it kind of next level psychology, that I think in 2023, because you can see everything on your phone, it's not like you got to go searching for a curse word. I mean, TikTok, Instagram, I mean, it's everywhere. So I think the people nowadays are so desensitized to it that I think you've got to create a sense of being that the delivery comes in a way that the viewer says, damn, just what you said, Conrad. he's mad and he didn't care to cuss, even though he knows or will think about it in a few minutes, he has consequences coming.
Right.
Because, we have a language policy at AEW. And I know, you have to with network shows. I mean, there is a language policy. So anyway, we're getting in a rabbit hole. All delivery. To me, it's all delivery. But in we're going back to Vince in 2003 saying F you. I just don't think the context was right. It didn't get over.
The main event of this show is building to you defending the NWA title against AJ Styles and Raven in a three-way. And the match ends with Shane Douglas making his TNA debut. He's going to take out Raven, and AJ is going to pin you to win the title after Russo hits you with a guitar. Meltzer's pretty critical. He says the booking is killing the company, but that's been the case on and off since the inception. The whole show was geared around getting Vince Russo over as the top heel to the point that Glenn Gilberti tried to turn face, but the people shit all over him, talking about insider stuff like Judy Bagwell and David Arquette's title reigns in WCW. Russo hit Jarrett with a guitar, so Styles wins the NWA title in 13 minutes and 59 seconds of a three-way involving Raven. Raven was taken out of the match when Shane Douglas debuted and attacked him and threw him out of the building, and Raven was never acknowledged again, even though the match went several more minutes. Russo's idea was for Sabu to be in that role, but Jarrett nixed it, saying Sabu had burned the company 3 times already, and they didn't want to start a program having to rely on him. Raven and Russo are still trying to get Sabu in. So much for Russo's compliments about all the tragedies in wrestling, putting his money where his mouth is. Jarrett was cut a little from the guitar shot. The crowd popped huge as they badly wanted Jarrett to lose, even though the idea was for Jarrett to be the face. To get that over, Styles had to back down from a challenge for a rematch, and Jarrett picked Sting to be his partner for the anniversary show. And instead of putting Styles over at the finish, it was clear the announcers were instructed to put over Russo, and Russo was the one celebrating with the belt. Of course, last week in the title match, Russo did the same swerve, interfering to help Jarrett beat Gilberti. Lot to unpack here. Do you remember nixing the Sabu return?
The Sabu conversation almost from the very, very beginning was, I love him. I saw Sabu in Vegas when we were out there. But it was stutter starts. And I can remember saying, Vince, let's book him, but not book him in the main event. How funny how this is going to roll out. But yeah, I didn't think he fit in this main event on this particular show. But Sabu, and there's a good note coming up in this show, kind of after year one, it was kind of a recap, just all the, not factions, because that feels like an on-screen deal, but our up-and-comers, established stars, an ECW flavor, an independent label, independent wrestling label, all that. But Sabu, to the Asylum fans, they absolutely loved him.
Let's talk a little bit about AJ. This is supposed to be AJ's big moment. As a reminder, this is the first time he's become the top guy. This is the first time he's won the big belt. This is the first time he's become the NWA heavyweight champion, carrying the 10 pounds of gold. And the story's more about Russo. In hindsight, I wish we'd done this a little better, maybe a little differently for AJ. What say you?
That's a two-edged sword, in that AJ, in the first year, there was so many criticism, and again, it's just a different era because the real-time good and bad out of Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and all that instant feedback. But the narrative of, we're not establishing new stars, and Jeff's pushing himself, and they're using old WWF guys or WCW guys or this or that. The reality is, in year one, AJ won every major title, and he became the world heavyweight champion, and Russo, for better or worse, was his manager. So was it too much Russo, or them together as a team was just what Russo needed and AJ needed? Again, Subject. It's subjective. I mean, it really is. Could we have slanted it maybe a little more toward AJ? Sure, we could have, but that's not the artistic call we made.
I just, I know that I sound like a super fan here, but I wish for AJ, the focus would have been on he hit his finish on you, and he's the one to end it rather than, here comes Russo with a weapon. Yeah. Let's talk about the decision, though, because you said something a little while ago. You said, talking about Glenn, when the public votes, and so they're voting with their wallet, they're voting with their eyeballs by not changing the channel, their wallet with buying tickets, and more importantly, merch, at least in my opinion. And, just the narrative was, maybe we don't see disco in that light. I get it. But I'm curious how you stay the course here, because your character, the local crowd there in Nashville that sing the show week in, week out, man, they hate you. But you're a baby face, and you continue down that path, even associating yourself with Sting. I don't know anything about this, but I imagine being a wrestler, it's more fun to be a heel. But I also know, I think back to like the dying days of the AWA, when everybody's going for greener pastures. Vern made Larry the champ because it's his son-in-law. He's not going anywhere. We can trust him. He's going to stick around. Did you think you needed to be the top baby face because you knew you were going to be here even in uncertain times, or was it a part of a larger plan?
So I'm going to take several steps back. The first answer to your question is yes, I was under contract. There was others that were under, maybe we might have had a few guys under a year deal by this time, not many. So certainly you can count on Jeff. He's not going anywhere. He's an owner. But the assumption that, and I'm not exactly sure if that was Wade or Dave, that the fans hate Jarrett, I believe is inaccurate. And these guys are still, some of them are still online. The heel faction that was, as we walked to the ring right there on the right. So let's say 1,000 fans are in the arena, and let's say 70, 80, I wouldn't go as 100 because the heel faction was really about 30 to 35 guys. So I'm doubling that. But anyway, 50 fans. If 50 fans are booing the crap out of me in a time when the babyface is starting to sell, so they're not on their feet going crazy for a comeback, then I just think Dave and the people that reported to Dave and the people that were more reported to Wade, Vince, Raven, whatever it may be, kind of creating that narrative. Oh, they hated Jarrett in the asylum. I don't ever recall that, Conrad. I don't. And look, that sounds like, oh, he's, whatever, defending or making excuses. The reality is I don't buy that at all. Were there some heel fans? Absolutely.
Yes.
And you could almost look at, this is not a comparison, but there is the Cena situation. Would you say there was a time that everybody in the WWE universe hated Cena?
Never.
I just don't think that's ever existed. Has there been times where it was almost cool to boo Cena? Right. I mean, I think so. And look, we got CM Punk conversation going on right now.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because the thing that tickled me the most in the last few weeks is when people who I guess are CM Punk haters, I don't know, but I started to see people say, oh, he's getting the dreaded Cena reaction. I'm like, dreaded Cena reaction? Are you kidding? Like, he's on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling history as far as money drawn and time on top, blah, blah, blah. What? That is what? I hope every wrestler gets the Cena reaction. We want a reaction, and he gets one, good or bad, right?
I mean, amen. There are folks that I have experienced like, oh my God, and I'm thinking to myself, it is absolutely the best case scenario.
Yes.
He's a lightning rod of emotion, because sometimes there's, okay, and I'm not going to name names because then that gets into a whole nother conversation, but let's just take the top 5 baby faces of any one roster. And you're going to say, yeah, I like this. So he's ranked number 1. I'm going to rank him 2. You know what? 3, 4, and 5 don't really matter. I kind of like them, but they're not my type. Okay, so that's kind of the worst. You don't really give 2 craps about the 3rd, 4th, 5th baby face. Same with the heels. But if you have a guy that you either love or hate,
it's a win.
Cash register, cash register, cash register. It's that simple. I mean, I'm going to go back to the territory days. Lawler and Dundee. Lawler be a heel, Dundee be a babyface. Swap them. Then all of a sudden they'd have babyface matches. At the end of the day, my old man, Jerry W. Jarrett, knew that in his territory that those were the guys that the people were the most emotionally invested with. So let's create stories, protagonists, antagonists, both protagonists, all that kind of stuff. Does it matter? Yes, but it's how you kind of navigate. But on a weekly episodic television show, the Cena effect, are you kidding me? I mean, you look at Undertaker, Austin. I'm just trying to think guys up there at the very, very Shawn Michaels a little bit, but the guys that are tip top.
Hogan. I mean, Hogan started to get booed.
Bingo.
You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
There are certain towns that cheered Flair, certain towns that booed Flair. The point is they're reacting. And sometimes people get confused and they think, the other side of the coin from love is hate. No, the opposite of love is indifference. Love and hate are the same thing. Creative is subjective, but if we've got a strong emotion one way or another, I mean, look at what Floyd Mayweather did. Like, people bought tickets to see Floyd Mayweather get knocked out. They still bought tickets. They still bought pay-per-view. So whether you're paying to boo or you're paying to cheer, you're paying. See you next week.
And old Floyd,
he did okay.
But if you really think about, he can talk his ass off. But did you ever say, what a damn boxing?
No. He said he couldn't bust a grape in a fruit fight. Outside of the cheap shot against Victor Ortiz, that's what that was. And boy, he just routed Ricky Hatton. Outside of that, and I thought Shane Mosley, I was at that fight. I thought Shane Mosley had him rocked early. It never really happened, but my parents used to complain when I was a kid that a Mike Tyson fight didn't last long enough. I don't think anybody ever said that about Floyd Mayweather. He's the king of the Iron Man matches.
But defense, boring. But who cares? He already got your money and you're watching, and you're going to come back in 6 months when he fights again, and the next 6 months, and more money. And anyway, it's so going back to this episode that I think
they're cheering, they're booing, they're paying, they're loud, you're happy.
And the guys that were booing me were, that son of a bitch owns it. That whatever the reason may be.
No, I was one of those guys. Like I had decided I hated Jeff Jarrett. He's the human fast forward button. He sucks, blah, blah, blah. And then I hang out with you and I'm like, okay, now how do I reconcile this? I really like him, but I hated him on TV. And then it's the light bulb goes off. Like, yeah, that was the idea, stupid. I was supposed to be the bad guy. You hated me. So thanks for buying a ticket and bringing your dad and sitting in the stands. So listen, the big news is you're going to have Sting, and he's going to be returning to American TV. I know he's been on the WWE pay-per-view, WWA pay-per-views, but that's not the same thing. So when you get to announce Sting, boy, is it big. The Torch would say this: Sting is scheduled to work the anniversary show this week, which will be the first time he's appeared on a pay-per-view held in the United States since WCW was sold. Sources report the deal between Sting and TNA was actually struck during last week's pay-per-view as it was on the air. TNA's head of talent relations, Bob Ryder, was said to be on the phone working out the details with Sting during the show, which is why the announcement didn't come until late in the broadcast. It was a case where the announcer really was informed of major news in his headset during the show, rather than just pretending it was breaking news. A member of the TNA production team reports that Mike Tenay was told just a short time before he made the announcement and had to ask the production truck whether to make the announcement right away or wait for a graphic to appear on the screen. Sting is scheduled to team with Jeff Jarrett in a match against AJ Styles and a mystery partner in the main event of the show. Sting's deal with TNA is believed to be a one-night-only agreement, although the door is certainly open on TNA's end for future dates. So let's remind everybody, this is 2003. We're 2 years removed from WCW going out of business. The invasion angle has come and gone. It was a mess. WWE is shifting gears in 2002. They're actually changing the name of the company to WWE. They're trying to find that next big thing. It looks like Steve Austin is going to be wandering off, and certainly The Rock is going to be going to do movies. Wrestling is in a state of flux. Everybody wants to land this big fish, and somehow, some way, Vince McMahon can't do it. By God, Double J does. How does this deal happen? And is it true that Bob Ryder was negotiating during the middle of the week prior show? How crazy is that?
So, Conrad, can I ask you a question? We're going to have some fun. You're down on the beach.
Yes.
I'm hoping under your desk you may be having, I don't know, maybe a rum drink or maybe
water.
Oh God, you're at the beach, maybe a little pina colada. Well, I'm kidding you. But can I ask you a question? Do you, because I'm, as you know, and these listeners know, I can't do impersonations, but you're pretty damn good. Do you think you do a better Eric or a better Bruce? I'm hoping Bruce today.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that I do a good Eric or Bruce, but I'll take a stab.
Okay. I'm just going to tell you that paragraph that you just read about Bob Ryder.
Oh God, don't say this.
It is completely fiction.
Yeah. Okay.
So how would Bruce respond if you're Bruce and I'm Conrad and say blah 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 blah? Hey, so tell me, Bruce.
No, I don't want to do an anti.
Okay.
Rant. Like, I hear you though. It's fiction. Okay. So you knew going in you're going to do it.
So, and I'm going to kind of tip the cat. God rest Bob's soul, but he didn't, however that, I have no idea. But Sting in these, because look, I had worked with him in WCW. We had been around each other a lot in WCW, and we wrestled each other in New Zealand. We had, since WCW goes anyway. So, but in those early years, Bob Carter and Dixie, but they gave me approval to call Sting and start negotiations and all that. But in those early calls, Sting was like, why don't you tell your dad to give me a call? And they didn't really talk money, but they just kind of talked. I'll just say kind of talked, just a feel good deal kind of conversation. But when we were having the conversations and all that I don't remember exactly. It might have been the day of or the day before that Sting agreed. Yeah, I'll come next week. One shot deal. We'll leave it open. And because that was the kind of running joke from the very beginning. Because Sting, again, he's the franchise player at WCW. At this stage, I would probably say that I don't say he had no interest in going to WWF. That's not true, but he just didn't think it was really in the cards. Didn't really show. Well, I don't think he's really sure where he wanted to take his life. But do I really step back into this pay-per-view only company in the States? Because he agreed to do the Andrew McManus shows. They were out of the country. They were kind of one-offs. There was no binding. He was getting paid great money. It was, in his eyes, maybe an independent more situation. All right, now I'm going to go to work here. The thing that I believe that got Sting to our very first show was one guy, and that's my father. Kind of the emotional heartstrings were tugged in me and Sting's conversation, and he's like, your dad gave me, and he never ever forgot that. The other day we were having a conversation with someone in catering, and Sting looked across the table and said, Jeff's dad gave me like the first start. He the guy didn't know it. And he's like, yeah, anyway, Sting's really never forgot that. Kudos to him. And by God, what he did on Dynamite, he's timeless. He's something else, man. Hats off. But
let's keep that tight shot on Jeff here for a minute. Jeff, we're going to see you climb into the top rope and jumping off on any tables anytime soon? Maybe right after you take a Canadian?
That's an inside joke, folks, between me and Conrad that I got to cut my eyes across at him and
just shake his head real subtly.
Conrad,
it will be one of my favorite Jeff Jarrett stories till the end of time. First time the Canadians brought up, I look. Second time the Canadians brought up, we lock eyes immediately. Third time, the Danny DeVito. It is my favorite. Like, it is my favorite gif on Twitter. Just Danny DeVito doing the Jeff Jarrett. Won't be doing that. Listen, it's a big deal to have Sting. I'm glad that Sting is going to be here. Obviously, he wanted to try to pay back. You guys have been working on it for a while. The 1-year anniversary show feels like, the perfect time. Do you wish you would have had more of a runway, or were you good with just this 1 week?
Of course. The thing, and we covered this several episodes again, the first 26 episodes, I'll go into that, scratching and clawing. We just tried to put on the very best show every week. It was that simple. The Health South in the first 90 days, Lose the Investor, Panda Energy International stepped up. The Carter family stepped up. All right, let's get our kind of footing, if you will. We're going right into the holidays. We had to figure out that holiday schedule and all that. Coming into the new year, we're like, okay, let's we got that budget. We knew that we, all in, the entire company was no more than $100,000. When I think about that, Conrad, we were running the entire operation on less than $100,000 a week. And that's everything. And, the revenue off pay-per-view, and we were starting to get some international stuff, India, Australia. We were working on different things. We had kind of got things, I'll say, semi-manageable. But when we did that Jarrett Raven match, and look, again, we couldn't get exact numbers, but we knew it did well. We also knew that, okay, we had to kind of extrapolate. If we're turning away as many people as we could let in the building, that's got to be an indicator. Anyway, I say all that to say that was April. I'm not sure what we did in May, but June, of course, we would have liked to have a 3 or 4 week runway, but we didn't. But we also said on this anniversary, Sting's a huge get. He wanted to kind of feel out, not just me or I mean, everything about the company. And man, boy, did he get an experience on week 1. But so grateful to this day that Sting gave us a chance. And things worked out through the years for us because he was a needle mover off camera for damn sure in our programs as far as gaming and licensing and international deals and all that.
AJ Styles recognizes the opportunity. Of course, this is a big moment for him as well. He's the brand new NWA World Champion, and he does a promo with the website, and he refers to himself as the first ever Triple Crown champion in TNA history. As you'll recall, he was the first X Division champ, then they won the tag titles. Now he's won the world title, and it was a big deal when Shawn Michaels would brag about this on WWE TV. So I like that he's doing the same thing here for TNA. You're going to do some press to promote this 1-year anniversary show, and you're quoted as saying, "People doubted we would last 1 month, let alone 1 year. Not only have we survived, we have succeeded, and we're continuing to go on strong. The Hispanic market is very important to us." This will be the first time, by the way, this 1-year anniversary show, that there's a Spanish translation version of the show. Professional wrestling is one of the top television shows for the male Hispanic demographic. As the Hispanic population grows, our show reflects that growth with the number of Hispanic wrestlers we have and the creation of the Spanish broadcast team. What's the long-term plan there? I mean, obviously, having the show in more languages opens up more licensing opportunities internationally. Did you already have something cooking, or is this sort of a necessary first step if you're trying to head that direction?
Even in the early Jay Hosman days, I'll call that, prior to Panda, I mean, startup mode, we had that discussion on the simple ROI, and they were, I say they, in demand, direct, dish, that, there was no real data that they could say, hey, you might want to go ahead and invest in this, because it's to talent, and then it's the audio gear, and there is definitely expenses that go along with it, in that we just made the decision, and we wanted it from day one, in demand, direct, dish. We all wanted to do it from day one, and said, okay, let's get our feet up under us. When we talked to our Matthew Odie, our international agent, just like Hindi or French or German, you can always go back and dub, the secondary language, whatever it may be. So we left the audio channels open and chose not to use that expense. And then, like I said, those first 3 to 6 months, just kind of scrambling. Once we got our footing, we knew that we wanted to head in that direction, for several reasons. But at the end of the day, the Hispanic population in the United States, as it relates to professional wrestling, has always big, and it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger.
There's another note from the Torch. The weekly production meetings are being attended by the producers Keith Mitchell and Mike Miller, plus Bob Ryder, Jeremy Borash, Goldilocks, Bill Behrens, Gilberti, Russo, Jarrett, Scott D'Amore, and longtime Memphis wrestler Tony Falk. Behrens gives the wrestlers cues on the TNA side, while Falk has been hired to work in the same capacity in the SEX locker room. What's the evolution like? Are you pleased with the evolution from when you first started, what these production meetings would look like, to a year later? There's some new names in here that weren't there at the very beginning.
Yeah, and the two names that are left out are Mike Tenay and Don West.
Okay.
And Mike led the meetings. I'm not sure that I always thought I probably led the first few. I don't remember the exact transition, but always, and then certainly, I think it's actually before this, but Mike took it over, because if Mike is going to have to explain the show on camera in several hours, then as we go through the production meeting, the announcer or the announcer team, and Keith Mitchell being the executive producer, those two guys are basically in the trench running the show. That they are, in a lot of ways, they are actually the quarterbacks on the field, if you will. And they're thinking through B-roll, and we're going to pitch here, and the timing here, and the referee needs to know this, and the music cue needs going to be this. Just literally every little intricate detail that goes into a live production. And then also, as time grew in Orlando, when we're doing Fox Sports, which is post-production, okay, we don't need to do that. We're going to do that back in the studio, and then live to tape, and just all the iterations that you have to go through on TV. I always thought it was very, very important that Mike and Keith were completely aligned. And I thought, okay, Mike's very articulate. He's thinking these things through. Again, I'm going to go back kind of on that creative nature, that he's going to have to explain this to the wrestling audience, or at least be guided by it. Then let's do an almost dry run through on different things. And I can't tell you how many things through the years, and how many times through the years, just having those two guys hearing the creative, and I'm not saying a creative meeting, I'm just saying what creative's being laid out as it relates to production. And then they would say, now, let me ask you something. How do we want to position this? And that starts a domino effect of discussions. So those early production meetings, when you do a 2-hour live show, a production meeting could and should go rather quickly, because it's 6, 7 matches or 8 matches, whatever it may be. There's pre-tapes, maybe a package here and there, and then roll with it. And then when you get into finishes, you're going to have to collaborate with different talent and this different shot and that different shot. And, as we went along, and that shot that you showed earlier, Marcus, about Sting next week, when you kind of look at how the show evolved from a production standpoint, we got that old asylum looking pretty damn good.
No doubt. We'll actually throw that back up so everybody can see it, that graphic where it announced that Sting was coming. And of course, that leads a lot of people to think, all right, well, the next step, according to Meltzer, here it is. The realization is that the company needs television and have gone so far as to hire Brian Hughes, the former head of TNN, to open doors for such a deal. If anything, after 1 year, Panda is more enthusiastic about the company than before. Sting's appearance, which can't come cheap, is said to be for multiple appearances. Shane Douglas, who had signed a ridiculous WCW deal, is financially well off, and he commands a significant price to leave home, which is why he's not all over the indie scene. So Brian Hughes, man, this is a big deal. Tell us how that deal came to be.
Brian, former head of, as we discussed here a couple of weeks ago, TNN, which later became Spike. It was the Nashville network, then the National Network, I think, and then TNN. Anyway, they had ECW. They later had the WWF, all that. But Brian ran the network and a longtime exec in media, different forms, and through a connection was introduced to Dixie, and he came on board. Didn't have, I'm not saying this is 3 strikes, but it's 1.5 strikes. He had no wrestling, some ECW, but he didn't really have any context on it. But a lot of respect for Brian. He dove in and did what he could do. But the reality of the fact was the television market, and that's why things are so different today. Me and you texted about the other day. When WCW went away, the reverberations for the wrestling industry were about as loud and clear. And I don't want to say spook, but I think that's probably the best word, because a network executive has to ask themselves, TBS and TNT just canceled, I'll say a top 5. I may be wrong, top 10, top 5. But anyway, it was certainly, I think anyway, they canceled a top-rated show on TBS and canceled a top-rated show on TNT, it being professional wrestling, and sold a 8-10-year-old company with a lineage of 30 or 40 to their competitor. Man, AL Time Warner, they didn't just throw the towel on professional wrestling. They burnt that son of a gun down and, got the hell out of Dodge. That was tough on the industry.
Let's talk a little bit about where you are here. Even the Torch is saying you've hired a guy to work publicity with the cable networks, and there's a report that you've got a new investment, a new funding commitment from Panda to create a new set. So when you guys are changing things like those sort of one-off expenses, not a weekly building rental or weekly chair rental or weekly security or whatever, but I'm saying okay, we're going to build a set. By and large, that's a one-time hard cost. Is that something that's all hands on deck to design? Do you lean into Keith Mitchell's expertise? Who would have helped shape the look and feel of the TNA set as it evolved?
Here's a pretty cool story. Literally, the first show in Huntsville, we used a production company out of Nashville called Scene 3, Mark Ball. But Mark and his team introduced me for the very first time to a gentleman by the name of Greg Horn. Greg was basically a set designer in Nashville, and he created the look for Huntsville, and then Municipal Auditorium, and then okay, we need to kind of get a few upgrades. Let's kind of try to figure things out. So Greg, by taking a one-off, he's not a full-time employee with Scene 3. He was a contract guy, a vendor, if you will, third party. He took that gig, and all these years later, he's at AEW. So Conrad, in 2002, the set designer Greg Horn took a gig, and he helped us with Ric Flair's last match and all that, based out of Nashville. But anyway, I'll say re-enlisted him, and look, it was a collaborative effort, because standing in that room, you have to have some ideas, and hey, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? But it was a collaborative effort.
Let's talk about where you are as a company. Meltzer is going to do an assessment where he says TNA has become a unique mix of indie guys that WWE felt were too small. And he makes a list. Guys like Low Key, Christopher Daniels, Elix Skipper, The Amazing Red, Kid Kash, Paul London, Kazarian. And then there's a bunch of big names from the WWE that maybe they got rid of or never wanted, like BG James, Sean Waltman, Jerry Lynn, Brian Lawler, Conan, Raven, Justin Credible, and D'Lo Brown. Then there's what he calls the Russo clique, which is Sanders, Watts, Saturn, and Gilberti. The ECW legends like Sandman and New Jack. And then some local guys who originally just got booked because they were close and there was a sort of minuscule budget at times. But now they've managed to get over and build a reputation for themselves. Guys like Chris Harris and James Storm. And then, of course, he even mentions that you've had a bunch of different legends, but none have really stuck around, whether it's Steamboat or Armstrong or Harley or JJ or Zabisco or Dusty Rhodes. It's a little bit of everything. And I don't know that was ever laid out as well as Meltzer did right there, because you need some name value for the casuals. You need to show them something they've never seen before with guys who were, quote unquote, good enough to be on WWE, but they just don't check a box for them, like a Paul London at the time or Low Key or what have you. And then, you've also got the legends and the locals. I mean, this is the way a company should be formed here, right? There's something for everybody.
We tried. And, when I read that paragraph, same thing, that I'm like, oh, Uncle Dave kind of crafted some words, and he loved to create noise. And I'm not going to say knock us, but sometimes he, rarely did he give us flowers, and I'm not saying that we deserved it, but kind of that encapsulation, year one, was really who we were. We were finding our way, and in so many ways, not just financially, creatively. I just think, Conrad, too, I'm 35 years old. Just, how many mistakes, how many screw ups. But at the end of the day, kind of the creative vibe, and you just put it in a couple of different buckets for a startup promotion. And that's the thing that I think, well, me and you've talked about. It's just to start up any business. And I know there's a crazy stat out there about, what is it? 1 in, I don't know, that actually make it. It's not easy. But from Bob Carter, Dixie Carter, I mean, just kind of, we will throw Russo and Raven and me and AJ Styles. I mean, just a whole collective hodgepodge of behind the screens, Jeremy Borash, all the different key things that, hey, TNA LOL, that the last few years it created in this startup phase. We didn't do everything right, but man, we were putting our best foot forward, and we were making progress, no matter how you slice and dice it.
20% of new businesses don't make it a year, and over 50% of new businesses don't make it 5 years. So to make it year one, it's sort of like musical chairs. Oh, we made it. And the hope is, can we chug and make it 5 years? And along the way, Meltzer would write, there's been a lot of bright spots, like Raven, who, as he writes here, who WWE did nothing with, proved himself a genuine draw in the company's best ever build. Mike Tenay, who WWE showed no interest in, was voted Announcer of the Year last year by the readers of this publication. AJ Styles has proven to be one of the best new talents in the game. So here it comes, just rapid fire. Hey, for all the negativity, for all the, boy, I wish they had this, and I wish they wouldn't have done that, and this creative, that creative. There's a lot of good stuff here. And that's probably makes guys in your locker room, I know you pay this sort of thing no mind what the Torch and the Observer say. However, I would be willing to bet that there were some people who were like pretty proud to get a pat on the head from Uncle Dave here a little bit. An acknowledgement that, hey, it ain't all bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, the fact that, and again, I wasn't in there weekly reading, but there were obviously a lot. And every week you would hear some kind of blurb, and I'm not saying from Dave or Wade, but there would be some type of, did you hear they're closing next week? Did you hear this guy will not be there because he's not, whatever it may be? There was always that ultra negative, condescending crap that all of a sudden, oh, wow, you're there a year? Huh, that's interesting. You guys are, that type deal. So, Father Time is undefeated.
Yes, he is.
You stick around long enough, he wins.
So, Jeff, let's talk about the booking here for a minute. It's written in the Observer that at times it looked like you could tell, according to Dave, when Jerry was booking, and it made more sense. But maybe it would have required a little more patience. But for whatever reason, the folks in Dallas at Panda were always sold and committed on giving Vince Russo this opportunity. And Meltzer would basically say he's a good enough salesperson to get himself a $530,000 a year job from WCW, even though he doesn't know a hill of beans about in-ring stuff. I'm curious, from your perspective, do you think you could have or would have or should have made it a year without Russo's booking? If you had just done what Jeff and Jerry wanted to do, could that have made it a year, or was Russo necessary just to keep this train on the tracks?
So here's what's kind of amazing. I'll just say this. Conrad, I don't know how many hours of podcasting you've done, but I'm just going to say collectively, all the research, Bruce, which you covered some TNA time, Eric, you covered some TNA time, JR, I don't think really, Tony, well, I don't know. Anyway, you've done a lot of TNA podcasts, which makes you have to go down different rabbit holes of research. And the reality of the situation is you have your Russo just haters, and then you have his supporters. And then you have on the other side of the fence, if Jerry would have had the book that first year or whatever it may be. And you just said right then, if Jeff and Jerry had been, okay. And look, my whole time there, we go into in detail, 2002 to 2013, all the ups and downs. Conrad, the real reality of this situation was just like I wanted Russo and Jim Cornette to work together. Oh, that'll never work. Or Russo and Dutch to get in the same room. I'm ultimately responsible for the good or bad. Love me or hate me. Year one was by design. I'm going to take a little bit of Vince and a little bit of Jerry. And maybe next week I'm going to take a lot of Jerry and lesser, it's all that. So could we have made it without Russo year one? Absolutely we could have. Could we have made it without Jarrett year one and all Russo? Absolutely we could have. That's only my opinion. That's subjective. At the end of the day, I ultimately said this week we're going with these ideas and next week. So all the screw ups or the successes, ultimately, you got to kind of throw in my lap by design, because I don't think I would say I ever approved everything. I certainly wouldn't approve Vince, not because I'm against foul language, but the FU didn't fit in that segment, or that racial overtone, or not bringing Sabu in, or what, just all the ins and outs. But ultimately, I'm responsible for it, or was responsible for it. So yeah, we could have easily.
Let me say this. You've changed my fandom, and we've talked about this a lot off air. When you said creative is subjective, I was able to apply that to stuff my dad taught me about sales as a kid and all that. I guess what I was trying to ask, and maybe I didn't do the best job of conveying it, was Russo critical to the continued relationship with Panda? Had that relationship become more political? It's written in the Observer that Panda was sold on Russo. And I know at times, whereas maybe guys can subscribe to some tribalism, I know you don't do that. You're like, hey man, it takes a team. Let's all work together and make this thing better. I know that's your approach. But at that point, for this to make the Observer, it makes me say to myself, was Russo already trying to spend a little more time politicking, if you will, with the Panda folks than maybe your dad was?
Oh, with 1,000%. We believed verbatim what was told to us, and I'll just say kind of collectively from Dallas. There's a big issue. We believe, okay, Dallas. I mean, I'll never forget the words I said many times. Jeff, you do the wrestling. We're going to do the legal and finance.
Right.
When she said, when Janice said wrestling, that was marketing and production, and she meant that. But we're going to do legal and finance, and we're going to, the business operations and all that. I believe that wholeheartedly. As time went along, and I get this, Vince is wanting to feed his family and do what he thinks is best, and Dixie Carter being inquisitive, and rightly so, and asking questions and all that. Through that process, I think you just kind of said that, but Vince, maybe not by design from the beginning, but selling himself to Dallas at the same time, the inexperience of the Carter family of truly reading and understanding kind of what we talked about on the CM Punk or the Cena thing. Oh no, that's a bad thing. They're booing our top babyface. Oh no. It's a great thing. It's a great thing. Trust me, it's a great thing. Oh, well, that's kind of hard to understand year one from business folks. So kind of the lack of understanding on a deep level of the wrestling industry, and Vince answering questions. I'd give anything. And I think I told that Vince many, many times. Vince, if there's a question you don't want to answer, you can diplomatically say, I'd rather not answer that. And I know he did that on some occasions. But hey, defer, because you're creating me more problems, because all of a sudden everything I'm doing is being second guessed. And there came a time, as time went along, everything I did was second guessed. And that was detrimental to the company, period.
I know your dad even wrote, when you guys first launched this company, the idea is we had to establish you as the top star, not necessarily because this was a promotion designed to get you over the way the haters may say online, but simply because we could control the variables. You're not going anywhere. You're hunkered down. So you're more than just a talent. That makes total sense to me. However, I do want to point out that the naysayers, maybe other wrestlers, would say that the word, or at least Meltzer would write, the word he heard most from wrestlers in the locker room was the word frustration. And there was a perceived glass ceiling, like they could never really be the top guy as long as you were wearing both hats. And even if you go back to, say, the critics of Dusty Rhodes and Jim Crockett Promotions, they would say, well, you can't have a guy who's on the show and a booker. We've heard recent conversation about that a handful of years ago with the EVPs and AEW and all that jazz. And now you're trying to make it work almost out of necessity. And I just want to point out that this is your primary income. It's not like you moonlight in the wrestling business and you're also a data scientist or city engineer. This is it. So you're trying to squeeze out profit. And we're trying to see what works and what doesn't work. And here's something I thought that just jumped off the page in the Observer. When the Jarrett Raven formula worked, which was a 4 or 5 week hard build for one day and one match, it signaled something. Their business is no different from old time wrestling. It was one match, but with weeks of hype. The one match, just a wrestling match, meant more than the girls losing their tops, endless insider interviews, and debates that the live audience shit on. Since that time, after finding a working formula, there have been weeks where not one match is announced the week before. no match has been given more than a week's direct buildup. And even the appearance of Sting, which should have been promoted for a month at least, only had a 1 week build, and the jury is out on how much it will matter. At this point, there's believed to be 30,000 people who are in the universe that on occasion order the shows. It's believed to be bottoming out around 7,500 buys on bad weeks. There was a surge, and they seem to consistently be hitting 13,000. But allegedly, 20,000 people bought you and Raven. And that had to be almost like a eureka moment where I would imagine a guy like your dad was like, damn it, Jeff, the data says we've been overthinking this. We thought we had to have crazy, high-flying crash TV. What will they do next week? You guys build this Raven Jarrett storyline, which we covered in the archives. At that time, sets a pay-per-view record for y'all. Man, the same thing that has always worked in wrestling still works. It's all about story. Ta-da. Isn't that crazy?
Oh God. These are the kind of, as you were sitting there saying all that, I'm thinking to myself, simple. The old KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. Yes, Conrad, it is. And I will say, and I've said this over and over and over, Russo is a writer of television. There's a difference between a writer and a booker. And when you lean too far on the writing, you get in the situation where nothing is announced for the following week. When you lean too far in the booking and you just book and here's 6 matches next week, well, then there's no story.
Right.
It's finding that balance. It's truly easier said than done, but it really is finding the balance.
Let's talk about how you found a spot for Frank Romano, formerly of In Demand. Now he's going to be announced as being the new Chief Operating Officer. Talk to me about Frank, and I guess you're going to open up new offices, according to the Observer here in Manhattan. Like the idea that you had a Manhattan office is like, wait, what?
So, I mean, we can go to be a big office, but this is something that, gosh, Conrad, you know, when you're around, I'll just say elder statesmen, business folks that you just look at them and know they've been up and down so many damn mountains that and they've got success to prove it. Bob Carter came to a point in that he had wrapped his head around enough of the, we'll call it the rolling 90 days of pay-per-view world, that you have 4 weekly shows in a month, but on an accounting system that reports monthly, but they don't pay until 90 days later because you watch it on the 15th of July. Your cable bill comes on August 1. You got 30 days to pay that, which gets you to September 1. They got to give you a grace period for late. So, you know, now you're October 1. So that show you worked on July 15th, you're really not going to see that money at the earliest till October 1. And I'm trying to give a little crash course. When you put all that together, you go, hell, these guys are trying to make the best decision, but the data they're getting back is a little difficult. We need somebody to get in there and roll up their sleeves and try to figure out this process. So what Bob Carter do? Let's go hire somebody who really knows this business. This Hassman character who purported and blah, blah, he'd learned of that. Frank was working at In Demand, and that was a call that was told to me that, hey, what do you think about Frank Romano? Next thing you know, Bob, through attorneys, hired him. Hats off to the Wildcatter. He said, all right, I'm going to find somebody who knows the pay-per-view industry and could make us more favorable deals, dealt with just anything and everything in the pay-per-view industry. That's how it happened.
We're finally here. Let's talk about the anniversary show. Meltzer would say the NWA TNA anniversary show kind of epitomized the first year of the promotion. At times it was very good. At other times it was very bad. The anniversary show, which was hyped more than a month in Nashville, and it was the first show where they didn't comp most of the building, had a paid attendance close to 1,000, which would be the most paid ever. but it's got to be an embarrassment that the company couldn't even sell out the tiny fairgrounds. It's a reality that while they draw enthusiastic crowds, their product doesn't appeal to enough people at this point. Now, listen, normally I would say, yeah, whatever. We're selling pay-per-view. However, man, this is the first time these folks would have been able to see Sting. And Sting didn't sell out the fairgrounds. That to me is just crazy. I mean, 5 years ago, Nick Aldis and Cody Rhodes set an all-time attendance record there. Again, with no TV, just fresh off of All In, a few months removed from All In. But how in the world, man, Sting didn't lead to a sellout? What is that? What lesson can we take from that? Is there a teachable moment in that? Like, this is a brand that was established in Tennessee. It's a Nashville-based thing. We're a year in. Have we just given them too much and we just sort of dismiss it? Is there a takeaway? Like, Sting, man.
I think there's a great takeaway. So, who promoted that Cody Aldis show?
I don't know who the local promoters was, but it was NWA 70 or NWA 75 or whatever it was.
Me.
Oh, there you go. Ta-da. Yeah, I remember we had talks about that. Yeah.
No, so the difference, it's great. What year would that have been?
2018.
Okay. 2018. Yeah. Okay. It is, I don't say so simple, but, and you have done in your business, I'll go a little bit old school, Nashville, Huntsville, Chattanooga, kind of in that 3-city triangle and all that. You have probably done a lot of radio. I don't know how much TV you've done, but you know, you're getting on the radio and you're talking about, you know, First Family Mortgage, and there's no really timestamp. Come by Monday through Friday, 8 to 6 or whatever it may be. And I'm open on Saturday, whatever it may be. In the wrestling industry, it's an event promotion. Okay. When you sell radio or even TV, it's messaging. How do you get the word out? Period. To Sting is going to be there this Wednesday. So we had basically a 7-day window to get this out with a limited budget and no social media.
So you tried that by last minute ads on Monday Night Raw. I mean, that's pretty much all you could do. And you had to hurry to do that, right? Like, you'd have to have the creative in Friday morning.
Incredibly expensive in those days. I mean, but I say all that to say the NWA 70, Billy Corgan, Cody Aldis, when we put tickets on sale and they went that quick, Conrad, when I tell you I had vivid memories of the Asylum shows, and I'm like, praise the Lord for Facebook.
Yeah, no kidding.
I mean, it was that target of audience, because in these days, and look, Sting not selling out again, I'm going to go ahead and say that's a little bit of wordsmithing. Marcus, pop that picture back out, and there, and audio only folks, you couldn't get any more people. I mean, we had a complete full house. It was packed, and here's kind of the reality, Conrad. So that's, I mean, look, would you call that 90% full or 95% full or 100% full?
If Ricky Morton was here, he'd say they were hanging from the rafters.
Okay, well said. My point being is that we had some folks that came every week that didn't mind standing by the concession stand. They're going to get their cold beverage or standing in the aisles. They weren't necessarily hell-bent on sitting ringside. So the show started at 7. Dark match started at 6:30. JB cranked up his videos at about 6:20, 25. At about 7 o'clock, not saying that we keep selling tickets, those folks they're going to wait us out. And so when the line went down, they're just going to wait us out, because we had papered the town. I'm sure we let some folks in, and then Meltzer and Keller are going to say, it didn't sell out. I'm not so sure that's exactly accurate. We were very, very happy with the very happy with the event. He sold, he didn't sell out. Well, what's the definition? I don't know.
Well, and let's just remind everybody, at the end of the day, I don't know what tickets are. Okay. Let's just say they're $20 for the bleacher seats. If you sold an extra 200,
that's my point.
What are we talking about? It's not a substantial amount of money, no matter what.
Yes.
The goal is we need Sting for pay-per-view. We don't need Sting to clear these other 178 empty seats out.
That's right.
Let's talk about the actual pay-per-view, because what a show it is, man. It's the best of times and the worst of times. Frankie Kazarian, who we both think a lot of, Sandman, who I think everybody in that era remembers fondly from his entrance, and D'Lo Brown, not too far removed from WWF TV. They're going to form a 6-man tag to take on Sonny Siaki, David Young, and Don Harris. It goes 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Kazarian looks fantastic. Sandman never wrestled, which Wade says was actually for the better. And the post-match would see Siaki, DDT, Sandman, and then Ron Harris and Mike Sanders run in. And this is set up for Jarrett and Sting running in for the big pop to establish Jarrett as a babyface to the crowd. So listen, we've got a lot of great talent, some recognizable stars like Sandman and D'Lo Brown, and certainly some up-and-comers that we're going to lean into. We're really hopeful for Sonny Siaki and Frankie Kazarian. And then here comes our baby faces. We're setting the tone. And then we get a 20-minute long Vince Russo segment, a 20-minute long interview, which Meltzer would say, or Wade would say, was far longer than what was scheduled. And it actually forced a cancellation of a catfight segment, which was supposed to be here. And it shortened several matches later in the show. The idea here is Mike Tenay's yelling at AJ Styles. Brown is going to yell at Styles to confront Russo, or Russo talks about how Vince McMahon never cared about D'Lo. And then Raven runs in as a face. Shane Douglas is going to lay out Raven with a belly to belly. But apparently there's a lot of quote unquote heat, brother, on Russo for this promo. I guess the thinking is that he quote unquote went into business for himself. And I guess nobody was really happy with his performance, but an anniversary show, and it's a 20-minute segment. Did he not have proper support? Did he just have an off night? Was this the way it was supposed to be? What do you recall?
I don't recall that, but a 20-minute out of a 2-hour show.
That's a lot, man.
That's insanity. I'm going to guess that it happens to lots of folks.
Yes.
That try to produce themselves. And I've been victim of that, or guilty of that myself. It's a death knell. It is an absolute, and you see it day in and day out. To me, even today, you can watch, and I'm not going to say it's WWE or AEW, but you can watch certain programming and kind of get that vibe. Ooh, that might not have been the best decision.
You know, I'm glad you said that, because you and I've had that conversation a lot off air. I don't think we've ever talked about it on air, but even when we were doing Ric Flair's last match, here I am. I don't know. I've never done any of this. I'm way out of my comfort zone. And you sort of said, hey, produce me. What do you think? Do you like it better this way? Or do you like it better that way? And I'm like, Jeff, I don't know. You do this more than me. And you go, no, I do better with being produced. Tell me what you think as a fan would look better, blah, blah, blah. And we've both seen segments that happen on television, whether it's Impact or it's AEW or it's WWE, whatever, where you and I, who sometimes we will text each other during shows, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? We're wrestling buddies like that. We've both seen segments where we're like, I know that Vince Russo hates when people say, oh, Vince McMahon was his filter. But to me, that's discounting the filter. You could have this great idea, but you need someone to help make that great idea as good as it can be. And sometimes that does mean trimming the fat a little bit here or there. So I think you're onto something. When someone produces themselves, they do have a tendency to go too long and maybe get a little too willy-nilly. Having someone there to just critique and help them along helps their performance be better, no matter what their level of experience is. It can be a little tighter. It can be a little better. I know creative is subjective, but the clock is not. 20 minutes represents 1/6 of the show. So you have now just carved off 1/6 of the show. And as we like to say here in the South, shit rolls downhill. Everything that comes after you has to change now.
Yes.
Because maybe someone wasn't producing you. That's a real teachable moment here. And it happens to be on maybe the biggest show in TNA history at this point.
And that's the thing that, you know, and I know sometimes backstage oftentimes. Yeah, but they're like, Jeff, he's off his rocker. Why is he so uptight? Why is this? Why is that? Why is he on eggs? It's 10 minutes before the showtime, and all this. It's these kind of experiences that I went through as an executive producer that that in a 2-hour show, one segment goes too long or distasteful or a bad match or even a bad couple of spots within a match. You just said it in the South. Once it starts rolling downhill, that all-important if it goes the wrong way, sometimes you just can't get that toothpaste back in that. It stinks up the whole thing, and it's so disheartening because there's so much work that goes into let's keep the train on the tracks. Let's have a great show, and, man, you get a derail. Oh, God almighty, I would get so frustrated from time to time, and I'm sure I was this night. And look, we're about to get into the main event and the juggles and everything was going on, but the wrestling business can be stressful at times, Gani. I just say that.
I mean, and check this out from a timing standpoint. The first match, which is a 6-man tag, process this now, folks. It's a 6-man tag. They get 3 minutes and 53 seconds. Next up, we've got Chris Sabin and Paul London. And after that, we've got New Jack and Mike Sanders. Sabin and Paul London get 7:53. New Jack and Sanders get 5:33. Just Incredible and Jerry Lynn get 2 minutes and 33 seconds. Suzuki and Perry Saturn get 4 minutes and 35 seconds. I'm just trying to give you these match times so you can understand how many of those we could have fit in a 20-minute segment.
Bingo.
When one goes long, everybody. Do you think the original plan was Just Incredible and Jerry Lynn to go 2:43? Probably not. This is a weapons match with New Jack and Mike Sanders. It's a hard 10 match. Like, do we think they're just going to get 5 minutes? Probably not.
Nope.
And we knew we had to be tight because we started the doggone show with a 6-man that doesn't go 6 minutes.
Yes.
So we had a nice plan, and now there goes the format. We got to call it on the fly. It's a great match, though, with Sabin and Paul London. It's for the X title, 7 minutes and 53 seconds. CM Punk is going to interfere here and DDT Paul London. And it's written here, Punk is doing a total Raven copy gimmick. London has some amazing athletic moves, and Sabin is right there with him. The crowd loved the match as well. London still needs work on his transition between moves as he looks super on the indie scene. But when you see him on a WWE show, the weaknesses are more apparent. 3.25 stars. Listen, the CM Punk Raven thing, I was first introduced to their promos and their feud from Ring of Honor. But given the idea that, CM Punk is doing his straight edge character in a major way, that was a much bigger part of his persona back then. Not saying he still doesn't have that lifestyle, just saying he was really leaning into it heavily there. It lent itself to him being natural foes with guys like Raven. What did you see as the potential upside of CM Punk, and did you think he would get the story part of the business?
The unique charisma. And you look, it wasn't a long thought out vision and everything that went out. There were so many guys that were coming in that they were getting opportunities, and the ebb and flow, and whether they had Japan dates or even financial or other independent dates or whatever it may be. But the unique charisma, you look at that picture of him that we flashed on our YouTube. He had a unique look and a straight edge lifestyle, everything that went with it. And Conrad, if you'll notice behind him, I don't know if you see the guys in the black shirts, heel section. There's your Jeff Jarrett haters.
Yes. Well, next up, we got New Jack and Mike Sanders, largely a waste, according to the Observer. But we use a giant Hulk hand, which is kind of fun. So New Jack wins with the help of a giant Hulk hand. That becomes a part of a gimmick with New Jack and Shark Boy. Who would have thought that would be a thing?
But it got over. It's comedy, but it's great.
Of course.
New Jack was phenomenal with Shark Boy.
Just Incredible and Jerry Lynn go 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Quote, what they did was very good until the lame finish. On a big show, this was an insult, and the crowd took it that way with loud bullshit chants after the finish. These two should have had a great match, and people were expecting it. Remembering their ECW bouts, even the post-match pull-apart couldn't save it. This is certainly a victim to running short on time in the show, is it not?
Yeah, and I wanted to. Did we work? I don't say a long term, but a 3 or 4 week program. We'll answer that on other episodes. But I know that they were a victim of it. But the post match stuff was a build up to where we were going. I think that was kind of the direction creative we were going with those guys.
Next up, we got Kenzo Suzuki going to a no contest with Perry Saturn in 4 minutes and 35 seconds. Meltzer would say, here's a funny story. The booked finish for this was Saturn to win clean, since he works here regularly and Suzuki will never be back. Anyway, knowing this, I did a preview of the show that morning and said that Hattori was going to come in and demand the finish would be changed. Anyone who understands the first thing about Japanese wrestling politics knows Suzuki being groomed to be a top star means that, that's going to be tough. Apparently nobody in TNA had a clue, and they were shocked when hours later Hattori showed up and explained Suzuki couldn't do the job, so they ran in Lynn. Incredible. The match was sloppy. Is this real? You guys wanted Saturn to go over? Little wrestling politics pop up. Can't do that.
I have zero recollection, but it doesn't surprise me. I wish I could recall how Suzuki got booked on the show, how all that went down. I wish I don't have a good recollection on this one.
Next up, and what a match this was. They said it was the best match on the card, 3.5 stars. Christopher Daniels and Elix Skipper are going to retain their tag straps over Chris Harris and James Storm. They get 7 minutes and 3 seconds. Skipper's going to pin Harris after a belt shot. Meltzer would say the match was rushed, but it was still the best thing on the show. They did a swerve, which was the old Pennywise and Pound Foolish mentality. Daniels got on the house mic and said he's going to Japan in 2 weeks. That was scripted because they want people to think it would be a title change so they could swerve everyone. However, after the match, a challenge was issued for a rematch in a cage for the belts. And since it's already established it's Daniels' last match, their swerve ultimately works against them. That's interesting. What do you think of that? Like, I understand trying to not make it obvious right up front, but if you're going to announce a rematch next week and we know he's leaving in 2 weeks, or are you saying, well, heels lie, Connery? I don't ever think this.
Two sides. I mean, I can argue both sides. I mean, I really could.
Okay.
Is it too inside?
Still,
go ahead.
That cage match that they're teasing here, I just want to remind everybody, this is going to go on to become one of the greatest tag team matches in TNA or wrestling history. And it really builds on what America's Most Wanted and Triple X would become. But we start all that on this 1 year anniversary show. So the idea here is to leave this building to something else. Well, this doesn't.
And this is so early in there. I mean, this is, are they even called America's Most Wanted yet?
No, you guys are not letting them do that yet. They've put AMW on their tights, but you've said, hey, that's a show on Fox. We can't do blah, blah, blah.
We're not even there yet. That's what I thought. And Triple X, yeah. But because the cage match they had is the 4-sided ring that will happen. I don't know how many they had of those, but it was good. But the 6-sided cage, once we got to Orlando, is what, 2 years later? 3 years later?
Yeah, it's a couple years later. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying is. So this is how long. But man, those guys had great chemistry, and my man Elix was right in the middle of it. Great chemistry.
Jerry Jarrett is going to appear on the show for the first time. This is the first time we've seen him like this, and he's going to talk about it being a tough first year. And Meltzer would say he seemed to be building himself up to be attacked by Russo to get Jeff over, since he talked about how Russo couldn't handle failing in WCW and he had unhealthy obsessions. That's a backstage interview, but out in front of the crowd, Eric Watts comes out and complains about company politics. And he says, Eric is coming. He calls out Kid Kash, who Wade would say came up to Eric Watts' navel. Watts was about to kill him when his supposed lover Goldilocks was caught in a cage with Eric Justice, Abyss in Puerto Rico, doing a Mankind gimmick. who at this point was only known as Scary Dude. She got some hair extensions cut and was screaming, "Watts dropped murdering Kash." He was bragging about how he beats up women to save Goldie, but she was locked in and he couldn't save her. So Kash jumped Watts and they cut away from the segment while it was still going on, and it was never referred to again, thus killing its impact. Of course, we know this Eric is Eric Justice, who we know will eventually become Abyss. But how about that, man? The 1 year anniversary show. I don't know if you saw, but this morning as we're recording, people started to float out there the Mount Rushmore of TNA. And I think Rich Swann weighed in and he had a vote. And I thought, and by the way, shout out to Rich. Everybody's entitled to their opinion, but he had some names on there. And I thought, wait a minute, how can we do a Mount Rushmore for TNA without Kurt Angle? Kurt wasn't on it. You weren't on it. And I would argue, I don't know that you could do it without Abyss either. Now that's where it gets tricky. Like that last spot, I think everybody knows, well, that's got to be AJ's. But if you do that, then you leave Samoa Joe off. Like I know that would be incredibly hard for you to do. And I know what you would do. You'd say, oh, pull me off and slide those guys on there. But it's interesting to think here at the 1 year anniversary, we're ready for what's going to become, I guess it's a popular word in AEW these days, another pillar for TNA and Abyss. How about that?
And I don't remember him being called Eric Justice. I thought it was Chris Justice, his real name being Chris Bart, but he was in Huntsville. He was on the very first show. And so Dutch saw him. He went to Puerto Rico. I don't know the exact timing, but he had worked in Puerto Rico for a year and they had built him in so many ways, working 5 nights a week. They did TVs on Wednesdays, worked Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday most weeks. So Abyss had been in storylines and angles and understood the character. And so for him to be coming, I'll call it back home, but debuting and getting it integrated, I always thought it was originally Chris Justice or Chris Abyss, or I just kind of the transition. But yeah, he's definitely a pillar. That Mount Rushmore question, it circles around every so often. It feels like about every June, but yeah, you got to put Abyss on there. I think
it's got to be right. I mean, I think Abyss, AJ, Kurt Angle. I mean, those are no doubt.
Yeah. I mean, and I guess if you have to say 4, but AJ, Sting, Kurt, Abyss was there from now 2003. Yeah, it's you gotta.
I didn't even have Sting on there, but you're right. Like we gotta have more spots on that. I don't think I can narrow that down to 4.
Yeah, but Sting, just like I said, and look, no, I don't even think people can debate it. But being in the business side of things, you have him, yeah, both.
Yeah. All right, well, let's talk about him. It's all about Sting here. Meltzer would write, it was more impressive than it looked that Sting's first match back turned out so well. The lesson of never say never came up once again. The original plan for the main event was supposed to be AJ and Raven against Sting and Jarrett. Raven talked his way out of it with the idea it would confuse the issue since Raven is actually the biggest face in the company. Plus, Raven got screwed by Russo, so it would make no sense to team with a Russo guy. So Sean Waltman was going to be brought in. And a few days before the show, that idea was dropped when Jeff Hardy was going to be the mystery partner, which also made little sense because Hardy is a total babyface. But that fell through and they went back to Waltman. Even though Waltman left rather publicly because of his dislike for Russo and it was talked about on TV, money is money, and he was asked to come back. Instead of following up on the thing, which wouldn't even be an insider angle since they had pushed it on TV as Russo wouldn't shut up about it, they brought Waltman back to learn to team with Russo because if it didn't make sense, we will book it. So listen, that doesn't make sense that he's going to be on that side of things since they had their big falling out. As you always say, creative is subjective, so we won't get too tripped up there. And I'll instead read this report from Dave. Waltman had quite the trip. He came to Nashville with fiancée Joni Lauer, we know her as China, the night before the show. Because after his no-show a few weeks back, the company wanted an assurance he'd be there. So he was there, but then the night of the show, he never arrived. He wound up getting to the building about 15 minutes before the match was to start, with he and Joni being described as looking as in their dress and demeanor, like two people who just got out of a rave at 5 a.m. He also didn't have his gear with him, nor did he have time to change into it. So he worked the match in his rave clothes. He has enough instinctive talent that while not physically looking good, his ring work helped carry the match. Buddy, you want to talk about stress. I can't wait to get this story from your perspective. Let's start at the beginning. Do you remember the original idea being Raven? Do you remember it being offered to Jeff Hardy? And do you remember why that didn't work out? And then what can you tell me about this report that Waltman shows up just minutes before the match is supposed to happen?
Okay, so Raven, tip top of the card, but I think we all collectively agreed if we got Sting and Jarrett, he doesn't need to be with us, but he also doesn't need to be with the Russo guy. So it kind of by deduction, and you know, he agreed. Everyone agreed. Okay, that doesn't really fit. So, but on the flip side, who are we going to get? Who are the opponents? The Jeff Hardy straight baby face. We had been, I say we, probably me, but you know, as a company, we'll say that we had begun to have conversations, but didn't know at this stage, it was just too premature. But it also was going to be a tough fit. So Waltman was, we don't want to say the perfect guy, but we thought it would be, okay, we switched the title the week before to AJ. He needs a high quality, high profile partner, but who are we going to get? Well, Waltman kind of checked all those boxes, and we thought, okay, everything's fine. It's going to work. No big deal. Stress, Conrad. It's not even, it's kind of an understatement because of all the obvious factors. Anniversary show.
Yep.
Panda.
Yep.
We needed a good surprise that the audience would be receptive to.
Yep.
And I'm saying behind closed doors, I'll say Sean Waltman was an ally of Jerry Jarrett, and by proxy an ally of Jeff Jarrett. Okay, he knows shows. That ain't a good look.
Nope.
Yes, stress on top of stress on top of stress. Ironically enough, if I remember correctly, who do you think, as it's laid out, when he didn't show up the night before and we're kind of juggling, who do you think the backup plan was?
Does it have to be Raven at that point?
Absolutely. Which was how ironic that we ain't going to Raven. It's not good for the story. It's certainly not good for the long-term play. This is kind of shoehorning where it just doesn't work. But look, we were kind of going to be left with
nothing
if we don't deliver something and we can't conjure up a plane ticket and get whoever else in here. That was the backup plan, but it ended up all right. Go ahead. You're about to say something.
Are you working the phones late night the night before or early Wednesday morning? Are you beating the phones to find something else?
I'm sure myself, my father, and Bob Ryder, probably us three and maybe more. I don't know, but it feels like us three with, to no avail, voicemail.
Would there have been a consideration to, I know this isn't ever the plan A, but do you think you guys would have eventually said, maybe AJ could do most of the work and Russo could just stand over there and hold the tag rope and then there's one big spot with him?
I'm sure that was put on the table. My gut tells me I would have said, you're cheating the people out of,
yes,
unless
he got his comeuppance there.
Yeah.
Then you could pay it off, but I mean, you would have had to go way over the top with something, right?
Yeah. But man, when he showed, and that brought back memories when I saw that. I'll never forget Sean walking down and look, Dave was right.
Let's throw that picture back up on YouTube. So everybody
is always super good, but he didn't look like X-Pac. He didn't look like Six-Pac. He didn't look like 1, 2, 3. He looked like a ninja.
Well, and listen, again, as you said, I mean, this guy used to be the measuring stick in the WWF. So, when the bell rings, we'll be fine. But I'm sure you have mixed emotions when he walks in the back. Like on the one hand, probably washed over this overwhelming sensation of relief. On the other hand, I'm going to punch him. I'm so frustrated and so mad. I'm happy. I'm sad. I'm angry. I'm disappointed. I want to get over this.
I've been in these kind of positions, not identical, but like this. You go from, oh my God, and that's why, Buddy Landell, hey kid, let me teach you something. Don't ever be late. Be so damn late, they're tickled to see you, and they ain't got time to bitch you out. Not only that, we didn't have time. We got to go over the match. We have 10 minutes. We got to get this down. Sting's first match in quite some time. His introduction to the company. Yes, it's a.
I mean, think about that, making a first impression. You're trying to get this guy on board. You've been trying for a year. It finally happens, and one of his opponents might not even be there until right before.
Yes.
Talk about putting your best foot forward. This is the opposite of that.
In the asylum. So there's not a lot of green rooms, as you're well aware, in the asylum.
No, and I'm sure Sting is like, I've worked the Georgia Dome and I've worked this building and that building, and now he's in a dirt and gravel parking lot in a metal tin building that we've painted black that doesn't really have the best dressing room for Sting, nor the best accommodations for him to put his makeup on. And it's been a while since he wrestled, so I'm sure he'd like to go over the match a little bit, and that guy ain't here.
Yeah, and it's June, so it's a hot box.
Yes, he's pouring sweat in makeup. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure you're just like, man, I really wish I wouldn't have put that pea shooter in Vince's belly right now. Right now, I'd take a call and I'd be working Hartford tomorrow. I'm for it.
Oh my gosh. Fun times, pal. Fun times.
The match itself is actually pretty decent. 2 3/4 stars. Sting and Jarrett get the win. There's an impromptu finish. Meltzer would say Sting did his trademark spots, the scorpion, the death drop, and the stinger splashes. He looks much younger than 44, but face paint probably helps. Crowd was on their feet seeing him, probably the biggest star of the 90s that they've seen in this promotion. We bump the ref, and they're not there to make the count after Jeff hits the stroke on Styles. Russo's going to hit Jeff with a baseball bat. Raven then comes out after Russo. Douglas cuts him off again. Jarrett hits another stroke on Styles, and Charles was supposed to count 3 for the pin here, but he got it too slow. By the time he got up to count, it had been so long, they felt the 3 count would look stupid, so Styles was told to kick out. Jarrett then used the stroke off the middle ropes. That was the pin. Russo hit Jarrett with another bat shot. Sting hit Russo with a bat shot, which he rolled out of the ring and didn't sell. And then the show ends with Raven and Jarrett doing a stare down. But Sting gets in the middle and raises both sets of hands with the idea that they're now the 2 top baby faces in the group, 2 3/4 stars. Do you remember there being a timing situation with Rudy Charles? Was the second stroke supposed to be the pin? Did you call the audible and say, hey, it's been too long, kick you out? We'll do something else.
Again, with Sean not getting there, scrambled eggs, little misdirection. Yes, it was one of those deals that it didn't feel right. If I remember correctly, and look, AJ, pardon the pun, phenomenal performer. But even early AJ, he could always take audibles or call it in the ring, or hey, go ahead and kick. And AJ, he may have even come up with, let's do something out of the corner, stroke off the second. I think some of the guys, I don't know if by this time they called it that. They said, hey, do the super stroke. And I'm like, what's the super stroke? Oh, that's the one off the second. Oh, okay. But, Rudy in his bow tie. Remember Rudy saying, hey, for the anniversary show, should we wear something different than the stripes? And they wore the bow ties and long sleeve shirts, which I always think is a good look. But yes, we did the stroke off the second, a little audible, and we went off the air with, okay, this is where we're going with it, Jeff and Raven.
It's when it's all said and done, are you happy with how it came off, that closing scene being the 3 of you in the middle of the ring? Are you frustrated at Waltman? Are you upset that Russo didn't sell the belt shot? Are you focused on the timing of the scrambled eggs? Or are you just like, thank God, I just want to go home? Relieved.
But also, it was one of those deals, and I don't know if Bob or Janice were in the house, but, you want your investor to, on the one hand, you wanted to see all the adversity that you kind of fought internally in putting together this 2-hour show. And actually producing. On the other hand, you really want them to see all the, I'll call it not ugliness, but the, just the pains of putting together, and, just again, that week to week grind is such a blessing because you learn so much. But man, these times, I mean, growing pains would be an understatement, I'd say. But I was super relieved, but also, okay, at the end of the day, we delivered. And that to me, Conrad, has always been such the barometer that at the end of the night, thinking through, and again, it's always listen to the people, listen to the people, listen to the people. The people that got up out of their homes and came down and watched your show, I just think the barometer of them, and oftentimes I have just seen it completely dismissed, and I don't think that's a prudent business decision to make. The folks that care enough about your product to come see it live, you want to listen to them. You want to collectively listen to them. And the people in the arena, they love the show. Was it perfect? No, but they didn't like the Jerry Lynn deal. Okay, we didn't either. Did you like the Sean Waltman surprise? Yep, it got over. Those type barometers and measuring sticks.
Let's talk about what happened after the show. There was a meet and greet. It's like a celebration for the live crowd after the anniversary show. Originally, it was said it's exclusively for the fans who bought the $45 Golden Circle. But you guys just call an audible and say, hey, let's all celebrate. Everybody stick around for the party. I guess there's some debate in the locker room. Some of the heels think, this isn't a good idea for us to break kayfabe and us all intermingle. So Vince Russo, Shane Douglas, and Raven don't participate. Sting's not necessarily out there taking a bunch of photos, but he does come out and do a little speech where he thanks Jerry Jarrett for being the guy to give him his first break in the big business. And Wade would even say that TNA officials are more optimistic than ever about their chances of securing a television deal. Although the company's still hopeful securing a national cable deal, they've even started to approach national syndication companies. So I guess that's the story, man. You got the match in the ring, as Vince used to say. You tried to send the fans home happy with a nice little meet and greet for everybody. And, hey, we lived to fight another day. We made it our first year, but we know now what we didn't know a year prior. We got to get on television. And we've taken some steps behind the scenes to start making that happen. Whew. What a day, man. Your first anniversary show.
What a year. And that meet and greet, to me, how it's reported, the reality was, there was such a good upward buzz in that it was directed, hey, heels, y'all don't need to be involved in this. If you want to wave from afar, if you so be it, but heels aren't required. Sting, will you just say a few words? Sure, I will. Babyface, get out there. What we didn't want to do is, if I remember, the $45 Golden Circle or $55, whatever it may be, I think they got a T-shirt. They had already kind of got their swag,
their value, yeah.
Yeah, and we made sure that priority, they were the ones that got the autographs first and everything. But the people that in the asylum that enjoyed the show, let them stick around and party, and concession stand stayed open a little bit longer, and they're selling more beer and Cokes and popcorn and all that. It was a festive night that I think permeated, and that's why those diehard TNA fans in the early years, I still to this day got a lot of gratitude because they were a part of that studio audience, if you will, that translated. And, a lot of people, it's kind of one of those things. When we put together the sizzle reel to go into Spike TV, you have to kind of look at, all right, what is the piece of footage that we're going to show this global broadcaster at Paramount? And we had that. Certainly we had some Fox Sports footage, but the asylum and the highlight reels and seeing Sting and others and all that. Okay, you've been around now, so you've produced, and that conversation that we had from day one with Kevin K. Oh wait, you've got how many episodes? So you've done this, and Keith Mitchell's in the room, and my father's in the room, and we're having that conversation. You know, I've never really lost sight that that asylum vibe was a part of getting us to where we needed to be profitable. So, you know, year one was one of those nights that we all kind of celebrated together in a feel good way.